Welcome into Bengals Breakdown. I am your host, Stone Shields. Thanks so much for joining us here this evening with another primetime matchup. This time, Cincinnati taking on the Los Angeles Chargers on Sunday Night Football in what I believe to be a must-win game for this Cincinnati Bengals football team if they hope to keep their playoff hopes and dreams alive for 2024. And on tonight's live watch party here at Bengals Breakdown, got my guy Chris Daughtry helping us out as our producer here tonight. Usually I come on and say I'm doing solo producing and just to bear with me or whatnot, but we got my guy Chris with me here tonight. Really excited to hang out with him and hang out with all of you guys as well, as the Bengals are trying to get a very critical victory here on the road in SoFi Stadium on Sunday Night Football, a place in which they have not played at since they lost the Super Bowl a couple of years ago to the Los Angeles Rams. That's certainly something, a storyline that we're going to be talking a lot about tonight as Joe Burrow and company look to go back to SoFi Stadium this time, get a bit of a better result. But obviously this is a regular season game, so they'll never really be able to kind of right the wrongs of that Super Bowl. That's something they'll always have to deal with. But it would be some good mojo to be able to go into SoFi Stadium against the Chargers and get a victory. Give some shout-outs here real quick. Tim Tyra hanging out with us per usual. Tim, appreciate you as well. Wolf King as well. Emiliano says, what's up? Emiliano, how's it going? Thanks for stopping by here at Bengals Breakdown. Caleb Estes says he is ready for a big win, especially with Pittsburgh winning earlier. Of course, Pittsburgh was able to get a victory against Baltimore today. Cleveland lost as well in the division, but that doesn't really impact anything in regards to the playoffs. And it looks like Patrick Mahomes just got picked off, and that's going to do it, basically, in Buffalo. And the Kansas City Chiefs are going to drop their first game of the season. They will not be going undefeated here in 2024. They're going to drop to 9-1. So I think all of us Bengals fans can certainly celebrate that. Buffalo Bills going to get a victory. Josh Allen and company look like they're going to be able to knock off Patrick Mahomes. So that, of course, is pretty exciting.
It's the only time they can ever win that game is when it really doesn't matter.
Exactly, right? Patrick Mahomes has just absolutely owned that football team in the postseason. But Josh Allen has been able to get a couple of regular season wins off him, but we'll see, if he's going to be able to do anything with this. But now the race for the number one seed is essentially wide open. I think Kansas City kind of could have ran away with it here tonight with a win, but Mahomes throws a pick. The Bills are in victory formation, and Buffalo going to get a victory, something that all of us Bengals fans certainly are excited about. So get in the comment section. Let me know who you got in this football game. Type B for the Bengals or C for the Chargers. Again, I very much think this is a must-win game for the Bengals. I don't think there is any coming back from a loss here this evening. We talked about kind of that 3-game stretch leading into the bye, right? With Vegas, Baltimore on a short week, and then kind of the mini bye here dealing with the Los Angeles Chargers. Said you need at least 2 out of 3 to really stay alive going into next week's bye. This, of course, would make 2 out of 3 if they were able to get the job done tonight. Wolf King Chiefs lost that football game. They are shaking hands right now, and that is over. So Josh Allen gets it done at home against Patrick Mahomes. Jill says the winning streak starts now. It certainly feels like that's kind of what we're waiting on, right? We've seen this team ever since Joe Burrow was drafted here, of course, barring that rookie season in which he got injured. Every year beyond that, there has been a point in time where this team gets hot and really goes on a run and rattles off these victories. Typically that comes in December, which we are approaching that certainly after tonight. And then the bye, it will be December football for Cincinnati. So it's a little bit later in the season typically when they go on that run. But with where things sit right now as far as their record goes, certainly the race for the division with Pittsburgh playing such good football, the sense of urgency is now, right? If they drop this one and then get it hot late in the season, might be too little too late at that point given how poorly they have started here in 2024. So really critical game here tonight. Looking forward to hanging out with all of you guys this evening. getting interactive here at Bengals Breakdown, getting in the comment section, and we'll get ready with our pregame show here in a moment. But first, I want to give a shout-out to our friends over at PrizePicks, because they are the sponsor of today's live stream watch party. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, PrizePicks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 100 times your cash. Run your game all season long on PrizePicks. You can now win up to 100 times your money on PrizePicks with as little as 4 correct picks. PrizePicks is the best way to get action on sports in over 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. PrizePicks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, so your lineups stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks keeps your lineup live. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. Join over 10 million users and sign up today. They also invented the Flex Play here at PrizePicks, and some of the good folks here at Chat Sports threw this one together for Monday night's game. Got the less than on Cooper Rush passing yards, as well as the more than on Joe Mixon rushing yards, as as well as the, what is that there at the bottom, receiving yards for Rico Dowdle, going with the more than there. But Joe Mixon, of course, former Bengal, having an outstanding season with Houston. So that is the flex play. Would really encourage you guys to try that out. And essentially, you still cash out if your lineup isn't perfect. You can double your money even if one of your picks doesn't hit. So download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Again, download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. It's PrizePicks. Run your game. All right. Let's talk about our Super Chat menu here for this evening. Going to be giving away a Bengals speaker, Bengals Bluetooth speaker at the end of our stream here today. $5 will get you into that speaker raffle. By the way, the Bengals wearing their orange pants with the white jerseys for the first time ever. And, yeah, that looks really, really good, especially with those orange helmets with the stripes as well. So excited to see those. $10 is the candy toss. So, Chris will toss a gummy bear, and if I can catch it in the mouth, I will. That will be no additional entries. But if I miss, you will be getting additional entries into our Bluetooth speaker raffle that, again, will be given away at the end of our stream here today. And $20 gets you into our Jungle Club 2.0. We'll just pull up here, give a few shout-outs to the members of our Jungle Club right now. Matt B. Henry, Jack Benz, Michael Easterwood, Robbie Amaro, Romy Shields, Marvin Williford, and Jeff King, all members of the Jungle Club right now. Some point near the end of the season, we'll be raffling away a full-size Bengals helmet. So that certainly is exciting. $20 Super Chat gets you into that raffle. Of course, we will be referencing our Super Chat menu throughout our stream here tonight, and really looking forward to giving away that Bluetooth speaker at the end of our stream. Again, $5 Super Chat gets you into that raffle. All right, taking a look at what the Bengals have here on the horizon, of course, tonight, taking on the Los Angeles Chargers on Sunday Night Football. In what should be a really good competitive game, by the way. Cincinnati is a 1-point underdog in this game, but I'm expecting this thing to be close throughout the entirety of the game, and it come down to the last couple minutes of regulation when it comes to determining who wins this football game. The Week 12 bye, very critical. Me personally, I always think that's like the best time to have a bye, right? Because if you have it too early in the season, sometimes it's like, we don't really need a bye right now. But I think this bye comes at a great time for Cincinnati, and it's going to be a good reset for them. Of course, they're coming off a mini bye right now after having played on Thursday night last week. And then beyond that, it gets really tough because you got to take on those Pittsburgh Steelers. And I'll be honest with you guys, I've kind of been sitting here just waiting for Pittsburgh to fall off, right? And it hasn't happened because that defense is for real. I think we knew that. But their offense is just good enough to be able to keep getting them victories here. So that Pittsburgh game is going to be massive. The first of 2 games with Pittsburgh, by the way, before the end of the year. And then another primetime game in Week 14 against the lowly Dallas Cowboys. Should be pretty, I would think, significant favorites in that game, despite the fact they're going on the road. So two critical games there coming off the bye, but obviously first and foremost is getting a victory here tonight on Sunday Night Football against the Chargers. Taking a look here at the division, Pittsburgh sitting there at 8-2, was able to knock off Baltimore, who now drops to 7-4. Look, I believe, despite the result today, was able to watch some of that game. Pittsburgh definitely outplayed Baltimore and deserved to win that game. But as far as going down the stretch, I think Baltimore is more of a threat in the AFC in general than Pittsburgh. But we'll see. I've been doubting Pittsburgh all year, and all they've really done is go out there and win football games. The Browns, obviously not a threat whatsoever. They lost again today to New Orleans and fall to 2-8. Again, as far as the race for the division title, feels like a two-horse race now between the Steelers and the Ravens. Obviously, if those two teams slip up and the Bengals get hot, there is a chance. But for the most part, I think the Bengals are focusing in on the wild card as far as an avenue for them to get to the playoffs here in 2024. And speaking of the playoffs, do you believe the Bengals are going to make the playoffs? Type P for us in the comment section if this team is going to the playoffs, or type H if they are going home. Look, I'm still hanging on to hope that they're going to be able to figure this thing out and get things done. I think they're going to go out and win tonight's football game in Los Angeles and stay alive. And thankfully, like that game last week when Kansas City was able to block that kick from Denver and, ultimately win the game. That's who Cincinnati's really competing for at the moment for this last wild card spot is the Denver Broncos, who, by the way, got a win in pretty incredible fashion, just absolutely dominating the Atlanta Falcons in this football game. So this afternoon on a couple hours ago, just got wrapped up here very shortly, not too long ago. But the Broncos are a really solid football team, and that's the kind of the team that Cincinnati is battling with the most for that last AFC wildcard spot as of now. Again, still plenty of season left. We'll see how things change. But for now, that's who Cincinnati really is competing against. Wolf King, he has his P's typed into the comment section. Justin Mendel as well. Vernon Lawson, additionally. Caleb Estes, all with P's in the comment section. Still hanging on to hope that Cincinnati will be going to the postseason here in 2024. Emiliano says, I don't think we will make the playoffs, but I hope they prove me wrong. Yeah, that's fair. They haven't shown that they are a playoff team by any means, considering the fact that they have not beaten a team with a winning record, which certainly is a red flag at this juncture of the season. And, in years past when they've had success, they've always been successful in those big moments, and they've always found ways to finish games in years past, and they've really struggled with that as they've let several games this year slip through their fingertips, which we'll kind of detail a little bit in our pregame show once we fully get that underway here. But there's been opportunities for this Bengals team, particularly those two games against Baltimore and dating back to week 2 against Kansas City, where they were in a spot where they should have won the football game and had control of the football game late in the football game, and they squandered it and let it get away and weren't able to come out on top. So certainly something that will need to be adjusted tonight if Cincinnati is going to get a victory. All right, I want to talk about some inactives in this game for Cincinnati, because there's some pretty critical inactives here that came out about 45 minutes ago. Cincinnati releasing who's going to be inactive for this football game. Charlie Jones, once again, is inactive. Kind of surprised he didn't end up going on IR, because we have not seen him for several weeks now. Of course, wide receiver dealing with a groin injury. He is not going to go, so I think you can expect more of Trenton Irwin at that punt return spot. But I would think that it might be beneficial for Cincinnati to put Jermaine Burton out there in that spot. We saw him get a couple of kick return reps last week, didn't really do anything with them. But Trenton Irwin, he's a really sure-handed guy, and you feel comfortable about him, catching the punts and whatnot. But as far as explosiveness, twitchiness, ability to break off a big run, don't really have that in Trenton Irwin. But the two main guys that are going to be inactive for this game are Orlando Brown Jr., once again, who was a limited participant in practice last week heading into the Baltimore game. didn't play and was a limited participant this week. He did have a day where he did not practice at all, but he was a limited participant on Wednesday. And he's still not going to be able to go, dealing with a knee/fibula injury. So that obviously is very critical. Jamar Chase spoke at length about his importance to this Cincinnati offense. Despite the fact he's not a skilled guy, being a lineman, he is a very important weapon for that Cincinnati team, holding down that left side. Now the Bengals look to Cody Ford once again, who has been at best over the past couple of weeks, filling in at that spot. So no Orlando Brown Jr. once again for the Bengals, and also Sheldon Rankins, which is kind of a surprise, popped up on the injury report with an illness a couple of days ago, and he's officially going to be inactive. So you're going to have to look at a lot of your youth there on the interior of the defensive line to make some things happen when it comes to slowing down the run game of Los Angeles. And, of course, any Jim Harbaugh-led team, they're going to try to run the football, and that's something they're going to be trying to do and set the tone early on in this game. So guys like Chris Jenkins, your second-round pick in 2024, McKinley Jackson, your third-round pick, really going to have to step up in the absence of Sheldon Rankins not being out there in the interior of your defensive line. But some good news, T. Higgins is going to be active for Cincinnati tonight. Higgins, of course, has missed the past couple of games with a quad injury. He was just kind of DNPs the past couple of weeks at practice, but he was limited this week off the injury report, and he will be a go for Cincinnati in this game, which obviously is going to be very critical. The offense is totally different when T. Higgins is out there. Now, this Bengals offense really hasn't suffered without T. Higgins being out there, because they've certainly put up a lot of points in recent weeks without him. But having him back certainly makes them better and adds just kind of a different dynamic to their offense, and also allows Jamar Chase to be even more dangerous, which is pretty scary for opposing teams, considering what he was able to do on Thursday night without T. Higgins even being out there. So Higgins is back. That certainly is good news for Cincinnati. Now let's get into some keys to victory here as we kind of get it going here with our pregame show. Again, about 40 minutes or so until kick on Sunday Night Football. First up, got to find some success on the ground. And with Zach Moss being done for the year with that neck injury, you're really looking at Chase Brown as that guy. Because, without Zach Moss being out there, this is who was running the football in Week 10. Joe Burrow and Tanner Hudson had the one tight end sneak or whatever on that one play on fourth down that luckily worked. But really, Chase Brown is the guy that's going to be getting all of your carries in this game. Do they hope to eventually bring, some kind of roll in for Khalil Herbert? Perhaps. Of course, they did make a signing to their practice squad, adding an additional running back. Kendall Milton also is there as well. Travion Williams really hasn't gotten much opportunity in the run game. So Chase Brown is going to be a guy that really needs to step up. And look, this Los Angeles Chargers defense is really, really good, but they do have they've been susceptible to giving up some decent rushing from the opposition, despite the fact that they are so good on defense. Taking a look at some of these numbers, as far as yards per rush go, 4.7 yards per rush for the opposition against the Chargers. That's 25th in the National Football League. So the Bengals are going to have some opportunities, particularly on early downs, first and second down, to really get things going with Chase Brown in the run game. That's going to be really critical for this Bengals football team, because last week on Thursday, I really liked that Zach Taylor tried to stick with the run game, went back to it, in parts in the second half, certainly started with it in the first half as well, but it simply was not working. Similar to Week 5 against Baltimore, it wasn't working that week either. You're going to need to have some bit of a run game, because Joe Burrow just cannot continue to take massive shots, which we will get into a little bit later. All right, so we're going to do a sub-challenge here, and going to start the clock here, and if we can get 20 subscribers in the next 2 minutes, we will be giving away some raffle entries for our Bluetooth speaker that we're going to be giving away here at the end of our show. So I got the clock started. 8:49 is the number. So if we get it to 8:69, we will be giving away some entries for our Bluetooth speaker. No super chats at this point, so nobody is in our Bluetooth speaker raffle. But we will see if we can get 20 here over the next 2 minutes. Also, by the way, we are trying to get to 13,000 subscribers here on tonight's edition of Bengals Breakdown. And if we do not hit 13K, I will have to rewatch the Super Bowl and then from 2021, of course, when the Bengals lost, and then do a video on that. So really not trying to go down memory lane in that capacity and rewatch that Super Bowl. Not something I'm trying to do. You might be asking, that seems pretty random. Why would you be doing that? Well, they are playing at SoFi Stadium tonight, which is, of course, the scene of the crime when it comes to losing that Super Bowl. The Bengals have not played in SoFi Stadium since they lost that Super Bowl. So it's going to be pretty weird seeing them out there on the football field at SoFi Stadium. It's going to bring back some bad memories. So if we do not hit 13K subscribers on today's live watch party, I will have to rewatch that Super Bowl and then do a video on it. So that means a lot of you guys would essentially have to rewatch it as well. So we had about 30 seconds here, and doesn't appear as though we are going to be able to give away any entries to our Bluetooth speaker raffle, barring a miracle here. Got about 190 people watching, so as we will continue to do this, by the way, throughout our watch party here tonight. So once more people are in here, I think we will be giving away a lot more entries. And we are done. Okay, so not quite that time. Again, we will continue to go back to that, and looking forward to giving away some Bluetooth speaker raffle entries that we are going to be giving away here at the end of our stream tonight. All right, second key to victory. Kind of teased this a moment ago. Look, you have to limit the quarterback hits. Absolutely no other way around it. What Joe Burrow did on Thursday was absolutely phenomenal as far as the production that you were able to get from him offensively. Really what you've been able to get from him all year has been unbelievable. But it seemed like every time he was dropping back to throw against Baltimore, even when he was completing passes, which was seemingly most passes or most times he was dropping back, he was getting absolutely drilled. And look, nobody is tougher than Joe Burrow, but that's not something that is sustainable for him to take that much punishment on a week-in, week-out basis, particularly when you have two games with Pittsburgh still left on the schedule here for 2024. And you know Pittsburgh is going to absolutely get after Joe Burrow, no doubt about that. When you look at the interior of their offensive line, Cordell Volson and Alex Kappa, those grades in Week 10 are just absolutely dreadful, and you can kind of put Cody Ford in there as well. Look, when you have grades that are in the 30s and 40s, that is like well below an F on like your typical school grading scale, right? So that's absolutely not ideal. This is a unit that's played together for a while now, particularly that interior with Kappa, Volson, and Karras in the middle. We're starting to get more reps with Amarius Mims at that right side as well. So there's really no excuse. This line has to do a better job of playing as a unit and protecting the quarterback. Now, I think the offensive line definitely got a lot of blame last week for all the hits that Burrow was taking, but Burrow also was holding on to the football, which he had to do, and that's what he spoke about after the football game, saying, look, that's kind of where we are at in our season right now. We are kind of a desperate football team every time we step out on the field, and the best way for us to get victories is if I'm holding on to the ball, trying to be a playmaker and extend plays, and he is absolutely unbelievable at doing that. But he's got to protect his body a little bit more, because if he continues to take this punishment, again, I just don't believe it is sustainable, particularly with those two games against Pittsburgh on the horizon, as well as something that they have to deal with going forward, because that Pittsburgh team will absolutely get after you, really no doubt about that whatsoever. So those are the first two. Got to find some success on the ground and limit the quarterback hits. Additionally, we got our first super chat of the night. Amy Rentrop says we need a win. And Amy, I completely agree with that. 100% a must-win game for the Bengals here on Sunday night. Appreciate the $10 super chat. We will get you 2 entries into our Bluetooth speaker raffle that we will be giving away at the end of our show. So appreciate the $10 super chat, of course, and Amy. And hopefully the Bengals can get a win for all of us, because we certainly need it here in Cincinnati for the morale, just to get some things going. So that is a candy toss. $10 super chat is a candy toss, so Chris is going to chuck a gummy bear, and we'll see if I can catch it. If I don't, that's a third additional raffle into our speaker raffle. So, Chris, I'm ready over here. Dealing with the light over here as well, so it's a little difficult here. Yeah, there we go. Give me a good toss now. Yeah. Throwing it on 3. Got it. There we go. There we go. 1 for 1. There we go. Appreciate it. And Amy, $10 super chat. And we got another super chat, $5 super chat. Let's chew the gummy bear here. Desert Ranger Jesus. I'll be in and out tonight. Workflow with the Bengals on my mind. Who day? Desert Ranger Jesus. Very loyal viewer of what we're doing here at Bengals Breakdown, so appreciate you. We will get you into our speaker raffle. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Best of luck at work. Don't get yourself into trouble, but when you can, definitely check in on the Cincinnati Bengals, and hopefully they'll put together a good game for you here on Sunday night because, like I said, really feels like they absolutely need this football game. So, Jesus and Amy, appreciate the 2 super chats there, getting us going, starting us off on the right foot here as we get closer to kickoff. Next key to victory here I want to get to. The defense absolutely has to step up in this football game. I know that's very vague, and it's kind of a no-kidding stone type of thing, right? But it simply is the way that things need to be for this Cincinnati Bengals football team. Because, look, the Chargers defense, when you want to take kind of a look at the flip side of this Chargers defense is really, really good. When it comes to the points that they are allowing per game, scoring defense, 13.1, that is number 1 in the National Football League. So Jesse Minter's defense really is flying around making plays. So you would think that's going to make things a lot more challenging for the Bengals offense to be able to put points on the board. Now, I'm not going to sit here and, say Joe Burrow is going to struggle tonight just because this defense is really good, but if this ends up being a low-scoring game, your defense needs to be able to hang in there and keep it a low-scoring game. And really looking at the linebackers in particular, I love Logan Wilson. I am a Logan Wilson fan, but Logan Wilson has not been good this season for Cincinnati, and he really wasn't that good last year either. Of course, the Bengals paid him, which I thought was a great decision. When they drafted him out of Wyoming, he was an excellent player, was a big part of their Super Bowl run a couple of years ago. But this year, he just looks a little slow, which, by the way, he did pop up on the injury report this week, so maybe that sheds some light into why exactly he doesn't look like himself out there. Also missing a lot of tackles, which you can't be doing. That play that Baltimore had last week where they just absolutely took off down the sideline and were able to score. The tackling by that Bengals defense there was absolutely pitiful on that play. Logan Wilson got to step up, play a lot better tonight for the Bengals. From a pass rush perspective, Trey Hendrickson is active, so there was some concern about him potentially not playing tonight for the Bengals, dealing with a neck injury, and then he had kind of a personal issue that caused him to miss a practice and travel not with the team, but instead come out to California a day later. Don't know exactly what those details are, but thankfully he is going to be active in this game for the Bengals tonight. And look, they absolutely need him because nobody else can rush the passer on Lou Anarumo's defense besides Trey Hendrickson. Still waiting. We've all been waiting for somebody else to step up, whether it be Osai or Miles Murphy or Cedric Johnson, who, by the way, I think is going to be active tonight as I take a look here at the inactives once again. Yeah, Cedric Johnson's name is not on there, so that could be somebody, Bengals 6th-round pick out of Ole Miss, a guy that could potentially get a couple of snaps tonight and potentially have an impact for this Bengals defense. Once again, get down in the comment section. What is your confidence level in the Bengals defense? Scale it for us 1 to 10. 10 means you are supremely confident. And look, I don't think I should see any 10s in the comment section in regards to this Cincinnati Bengals defense because they have been a roller coaster ride throughout much of this season, and you really haven't found yourself in a spot where you kind of have a lot of belief in this defense, particularly against good teams. Now, against teams like Cleveland and the Giants and even, the Las Vegas Raiders to some degree, despite, they gave up an opening drive touchdown in that game, you felt good, or you felt okay at least about your defense that game. But anytime you play a good football team, the defense doesn't deliver. They kind of tricked you last week. started out really strong against Baltimore, and then things really got away from them at the end of that game. In large part, it was due to that Chase Brown fumble. That kind of caused them to lose all of their momentum. Baltimore gets it on a short field, scores a touchdown, and next thing you know, your backs are kind of against the wall. But against Justin Herbert, look, Justin Herbert's an absolute dog. We really haven't talked about him much so far here tonight. But Herbert is a dog. Of course, a member of that 2020 draft class with Joe Burrow, was taking a couple of picks after him. He absolutely is the Chargers franchise guy. So this quarterback matchup is certainly something to consider and keep an eye on, because we have, we're seeing elite quarterback play tonight. Absolutely no doubt about that. Herbert's not going to have the talent to work with that Joe Burrow has, so he's going to be more reliant on the run game. But look, do not sleep on Justin Herbert. I expect him to make a lot of big plays in this game, and this Bengals defense better be ready for the challenge. Last key to victory here: finish the game. Kind of spoke about this when we first came on here tonight. That's what made the Bengals so good over the past couple of years, is when they had a lead late, they knew what to do with it, and they knew how to finish the job. And if a team made a mistake, Cincinnati always capitalized on the mistake and made the opposition pay. We have not seen that this year for Cincinnati. Here's a couple of games that they have blown. Obviously, the 2 Baltimore games, and dating back to week 2 against Kansas City, all games that they had control of late in the fourth quarter and weren't able to come out on top, and ultimately lost all of those games. In years past, these are games that they win, and they haven't been able to do that this year. And I think people kind of don't necessarily realize how good this Bengals team is, because when you look at Baltimore and Kansas City, those are 2 of the best teams in the National Football League, and you should have had all 3 of those games won, and you didn't at the end. So it's all about doing the little things right at the end of games. And I think Joe Burrow's also got to be better in the fourth quarter. That was always the money quarter for Joe Burrow throughout his career, and at this point this year, despite the fact he is playing at such a high level, I feel like it has kind of been his worst quarter, which is not obviously something that is ideal, particularly when you're playing in all of these close games, which, when you're in the National Football League, most of the games end up being close anyway. But the Bengals have to find a way to finish. This is going to be close to the end. They're going to have opportunities to make a play at the end. Are they going to be able to do it? And if Los Angeles makes a mistake, are they going to be able to capitalize on it? Or are they going to let those opportunities go by the wayside? That's really going to dictate what happens in this game. Let's also talk about some matchups to watch here in this game. Chase Brown against the Chargers run D. Now, that is a picture of Khalil Mack, who, by the way, is inactive for today. So when we built this, he was still going to be active, so the Bengals catch a bit of a break, don't have to deal with Khalil Mack. But the Bengals are going to have to find ways to have success on the ground. Again, this is something we talked about kind of leading up when we first hopped on the air here for today's show. Got to find ways to have some success on the ground. You're going to be able to have opportunities to do it on early downs, first and second down, with Chase Brown potentially getting a big 7-8 yard game. If you can get yourself in second and third and short, look out, because this Bengals offense becomes really, really dangerous. You can open up the play-action game, right, with Joe Burrow. You've got T. Higgins coming back, who certainly is a threat to stretch the field. And look, I've been really pleased with what Chase Brown has been able to do for Cincinnati this year. Kind of started out as a 2-back backfield, right, with Zach Moss and Chase Brown, and we kind of were just waiting for Chase Brown to really assert himself as the lead back for this Bengals football team, which, by the way, he was doing prior to Zach Moss getting hurt. This isn't something that, is the case just because Zach Moss got hurt. Obviously, if Moss was still playing, they would be splitting carries to some degree, but I think you would see Chase Brown still have more carries than Zach Moss. But he's, shouldering a lot right here for this Bengals offense. Again, they haven't really worked anyone else into the run game since Zach Moss has got hurt. So it'll be interesting to see if Travion Williams gets any carries here tonight, or Khalil Herbert as well as an opportunity to run the rock. But Chase Brown, got to find ways to get things going. Obviously, as a running back, it's not just him. The offensive line's got to do a good job creating some holes from him, particularly there on the interior. Big game for those big boys up front. So I put the number here at 89.5. I think if the Bengals run for at least 90 yards in this game, they're going to win. Me personally. So I said 89.5 is kind of what it will take for the Bengals to win. So let me know what you think. Are they going to be able to get that mark. Type O for over or U for under for us in the comments section. 89.5 rushing yards for the Cincinnati Bengals. They've done it a couple of times this year. I think some people think that the Bengals, haven't been able to run the ball at all this year, which isn't true. Certainly against the weaker teams, they've been able to run the football, but this is a team that has the ability to run the football. It's just all about staying patient with the run game as well, which, by the way, I thought Zach Taylor was as patient as he could be on Thursday night with the run game. When you have Joe Burrow and all the weapons outside, it can be very easy to say, all right, screw it, this isn't working, let's just chuck it around the yard. That's not going to work against this Jesse Minter defense. You have to stay true to trying to establish the run in this football game. If you find yourself, down double digits, obviously that changes. But if that is not the case, got to stick to it on the ground. Harvey says, he's got the over. Tim Tyra says, as far as those 89.5 rushing yards. Caleb Estes as well. So, that's kind of what I think. Very critical to hit that 90-yard mark. Again, I think if the Bengals hit that mark, I personally think that will be enough to get the job done for Cincinnati. All right, another matchup to watch here. Zach Taylor, head coach, of course, and offensive play caller for the Bengals, going up against Jesse Minter, who is the defensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Chargers. Of course, his first year as the Chargers defensive coordinator. He was the DC at Michigan with Harbaugh. Harbaugh brought him over with him to the NFL, and Minter has done an excellent job leading that Chargers defense. But Zach Taylor also needs some credit for what the Bengals are able to do offensively. I know he's got great weapons to work with Burrow, Chase, Higgins coming back. Tight ends have been great for you. Eric All before he got hurt. Gesicki's been awesome for you as well. But Zach Taylor deserves some credit here. Taking a look at some of these numbers here, particularly that red zone stat. When the Bengals go to the red zone, they're scoring touchdowns on 72% of those drives, which is second in the National Football League. And I think, obviously, that is credit to the players that you have, but also it's credit to the play caller. And Zach Taylor's really done a nice job kind of making the most out of his weapons. People are frustrated with Zach Taylor for other reasons, not having his team ready to go, whatever. Look, Zach Taylor deserves plenty of criticism for this start. But as far as their offense and the things that they've been able to accomplish offensively this season, he deserves a lot of credit. And he's going to have to really have a big game for Cincinnati tonight. I think this is one of his toughest challenges to date. Obviously, all the division games are always tough playing in the AFC North. But beyond that, I think this is a real prove-it game for Zach Taylor, because if the Bengals can still have success offensively against this Jesse Minter defense, that's going to show a lot about Zach Taylor, because they're going to need good scheme and good play calling in order to make that happen here this evening. And, that matchup kind of between those two guys, Jesse Minter and Zach Taylor, is going to be critical in determining the outcome of this football game. As some more people file in, I want to remind you guys about our Super Chat menu. Again, we're going to be giving away a Bluetooth Bengals speaker. $5 Super Chat gets you into that raffle. And pretty good picture there on our Super Chat menu of the speaker. Pretty cool speaker. And got the Bengals logo on it there. Bluetooth, don't have to plug it into anything. So, great portable option for you to bring around and listen to some music. And, of course, it's got your favorite team on there as well. So we're going to be giving away that at the end of our show. Right now, only have 2 people eligible to win that. So hopefully we can grow on that as we continue here. $10 is a candy toss. So, of course, that would get you 2 raffle tickets into our Bluetooth speaker raffle. Then producer Chris will toss me a gummy bear if I am not able to catch it. That will be an additional Bluetooth speaker raffle for you. And then the Jungle Club 2.0, $20 Super Chat, gets you into the Jungle Club 2.0, which we're going to be giving away a full-size Bengals helmet at some point here before the end of the season. Don't know exactly what week we're going to be doing that, but we had our Jungle Club 1.0, I guess you could say, and gave away a mini helmet to Brandon Rocks. Actually, the last time the Bengals played on Sunday Night Football against the New York Giants. So at some point, we're going to be giving away a full-size Bengals helmet. So again, that is our Super Chat menu, and we will be bringing that up throughout the remainder of our watch party here tonight. All right, are we trying this sub challenge again, Chris? All right, so once again, and we're going to keep it at 20 for now, as we got about 400 people, just under 400 people here hanging out with us right now. If we can get 20 subscribers in the next 2 minutes, as I start my clock, we will be giving away a free entry into our speaker raffle. So keep that in mind. Clock started 10 seconds ago. Hit that sub button if you have not already done so. I know a lot of you guys are subscribed, but I know all 400 of you are not subscribed. So basically, we're going to have these watch parties every single week. Even if the Bengals find a way to lose this game tonight, we will be live for the remainder of the season. And you don't want to miss out on any of that. Also, we have pretty much daily Bengals videos for you here at the channel as well. When Bengals breaking news hits, we've got you covered with a video or a short as well. So for all your Bengals needs, come here. Bengals Breakdown is the place for you. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/BengalsTV. Do have about a minute left here as we look to hit that 20 sub mark. Did you happen to peek what it was when we started, Chris? Was it? We got to get to 80, so we need 14 more. 14 more here, and we got a minute to do so. Again, this will become more feasible later in the show when we have, like during the game, for example, when some people continue to file in here at Bengals Breakdown. We will have more of an opportunity to probably hit that mark, but for now, we still need several more subs in order for that to happen. So keep doing that. We'll peek back in on that in a second. I do want to shout out our guy Marvin, who sent in a $10 super chat. There's another candy toss, so we will get you 2 entries, Marvin, into that Bluetooth speaker raffle. Really appreciate $10 super chat. Give you an opportunity to take that Bluetooth speaker home. Chris gets his gummy bear queued up here. There we go. Two for two. There we go. Those are good tosses there, Chris. Marvin, appreciate you. That is the worst part, is that I got to chew it, and I'm just chewing it in your guys' ear. But that's the way it goes, I guess. Appreciate you, Marvin. Got you 2 entries into that Bluetooth speaker raffle. We were not able to hit the 20 sub mark there. If we need to pivot off that going forward, maybe if we have another swing and a miss, maybe we'll drop it down. But once we get about 600-700 people in here hanging out with us, we should be able to get that mark no problem. And again, need 13,000 by the end of our watch party, or I have to rewatch the Super Bowl and then do a video on that. And really not looking forward to doing that. So hopefully that's something we can avoid. And of course, they are showing some images on the broadcast right now from the last time the Bengals played here, which kind of gives me the willies. It was a great run getting there, but obviously once they got there, it was the worst heartbreak you've probably ever felt if you're a young Bengals fan. If you're an older Bengals fan, the 2 Super Bowls prior to that probably have similar heartbreak. But that was a rough night, and hopefully the Bengals can get their first win here at SoFi Stadium. And can feel better about coming back to this venue and taking on the Los Angeles Chargers, who, of course, share this stadium with the Los Angeles Rams. Got a $5 super chat from Michael Easterwood, another loyal viewer of what we're doing here at Bengals Breakdown. So, Michael, appreciate you stopping by, hanging out with us, getting in a $5 super chat. We will get you into our Bluetooth speaker raffle that we will be giving away at the end of our show. Michael Easterwood, it feels like you're due to win one of these raffles. Michael's always sending in super chats to us here at Bengals Breakdown. Hasn't been able to come out on top in one of the duck races at the end that ultimately decides who wins the raffle, but it's only a matter of time, Michael. And appreciate your $5 super chat. Means a lot. I hope you can hang out with us throughout the entirety of this show, and hopefully the Bengals can get a victory for you in the process as well. Getting ready to take on the Los Angeles Chargers. Got about 12 minutes before kickoff in Los Angeles. We will continue with our pregame show here in a moment, but we got another $5 super chat in from VL. He says, T. Higgins will be the difference maker tonight that will get us over the hump. First off, appreciate the $5 super chat, VL. We'll get you in to our speaker raffle. I hope you're right. Offensively really hasn't been the issue for Cincinnati, but against this really good Jesse Minter-led defense, I definitely think T. Higgins has the ability to kind of raise the ability that Cincinnati has offensively, and he's certainly a guy that can really create some explosive plays for you and potentially be a difference maker, as you alluded to in your Super Chat there. So hope you're right, and appreciate your $5 Super Chat. We'll see exactly how T. Higgins is moving around out there on the football field, because when he returned from his hamstring injury, I think that first game back, although they definitely were feeding him throughout a good chunk of that game when he came back in Week 3 against Washington, he's had soft tissue issues throughout much of his career. This is another one with the quad, so we'll see how he's moving around out there, if he is full go or if he's a decoy to some degree or what have you, what his snap count looks like as well, but hopefully he can go out there for the majority of the snaps, be the T. Higgins that we know and love, and really make a difference for this football team. But we shall see. VL, appreciate the $5 Super Chat. All right, let's get back to our matchups to watch here as we hit about 10 minutes until kickoff here in Los Angeles. Trey Hendrickson going against Rashawn Slater. Now, this is going to be pivotal. Again, Trey Hendrickson is active for this game. He was not listed on the inactives that the team put out. So I do expect him, obviously, to play, and I would expect him to be out there for the snaps that he is typically out there for. We've talked about it at length. Trey Hendrickson is the Bengals pass rush. He is their only guy that can rush the passer. Now, Slater is an elite tackle for this Los Angeles Chargers football team, and they've got 2 elite tackles, because the kid out of Notre Dame, Joe Alt, that they got in this past draft, is elite as well. So Bengals are really going to have trouble getting to Justin Herbert in this football game, and they're really going to have to lean on Trey Hendrickson, as they always do, to be able to make some critical plays for him in this football game. And I don't know, with Trey Hendrickson being banged up, going against a guy that's really, really good. Now, obviously, Hendrickson has been matched up with really, really good left tackles in the past and has still won. That's what makes him one of the best pass rushers in the National Football League. But if he gets kind of stonewalled like he did against Philadelphia, going against Fred Johnson of all people in that game, that could be problematic for Cincinnati, because if you let Justin Herbert just sit back there and do whatever the heck he wants, that's going to be an issue for you defensively, considering the fact that you have issues guarding in the secondary with your defensive backs, and just the fact that Justin Herbert's a really, really good quarterback, despite the fact he doesn't have a ton of weapons this year, with losing Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, of course. It's a lot of Ladd McConkey, Will Dissly at that tight end position, Quentin Johnston, who looked like a bust there for a while, might still be a bust, but really is probably their best option at that receiver spot. So Trey Hendrickson really going to be critical in this football game, no doubt about that. And we'll see if he's able to get Justin Herbert on the ground. Would go a long way for Cincinnati in terms of getting a victory if he is able to do that. Let me know in the comments section. 1.5 sacks for the Bengals defense. Doesn't seem like a lot at all, but you'd be surprised to see how many times the Bengals did not hit that 2-sack mark in recent memory. Let me know in the comments section. Type M for more or L for less. I don't know. It's just, at this point, you don't have any confidence that anyone not named Trey Hendrickson is going to be able to get Justin Herbert on the ground. You just don't have any confidence, because no one really has done it. Obviously, Sam Hubbard made a couple of plays earlier in the season that was able to get a couple of sacks earlier on. But even when Sam Hubbard was in his prime, that really wasn't what made him so good, despite the fact that he is an edge guy. But we've seen them, Cincinnati, move Hubbard around all over the defense this year, so he isn't always in a position where he is rushing the passer. We've even seen him sag back in coverage from time to time this year as well. So it's not really Sam Hubbard that leads to my frustrations when it comes to the Bengals rushing the passer. It's really Miles Murphy and Joseph Osai that caused that frustration, because Murphy, of course, you took him in the first round in 2023, and he really hasn't been able to live up to that hype whatsoever. Frankly, he looks slow. He's not strong enough, and really hasn't been a threat to even bring in any opposing quarterback down, and that's kind of what you drafted him for. So that's certainly been disappointing. Had the knee injury that caused him to be placed on short-term IR earlier in the season, cost him the first 4 games. But by all accounts, he's fully healthy right now, and he just doesn't seem to be performing like the player that the Bengals had hoped when they drafted him in 2023. So Michael Easterwood says more. He's confident. He says the Bengals are going to get at least 2 sacks in this football game. We'll see. We shall see. But I think really anytime with this defense, if they're not able to get any pressure on the quarterback, they're going to be in a tough spot. And we've seen that several times this season. If somebody can break through, create some negative plays for this Bengals defense, I think they're definitely going to win the football game. Defense shows up and plays solid, I think you're going to win because you just have too many weapons on offense, and Joe Burrow's playing at too high of a level. Another matchup to watch here is Cam Taylor-Britt going up against Quentin Johnston. Now, I don't know for sure if CTB is going to be matched up on Johnston. I don't know that for a fact, but the point I'm trying to make is CTB is going to be in situations where he is in one-on-one coverage in this football game, whether he be against Quentin Johnston or Lad McConkey maybe, or Josh Palmer perhaps. But he's got to step up and really be a guy that can lock somebody down, because that's what the Bengals had envisioned with CTB coming into this season, is he was really going to be that CB1 that really could absolutely lock someone down on the other side, and he certainly has not been that this year for the Cincinnati Bengals, and he really needs to step up and do a much better job of that, and really the whole secondary does as well. DJ Turner is going to find himself in one-on-one battles, and he's going to have to rise to the occasion. DJ Ivey, we'll see if he gets any opportunity to make some plays. I really like DJ Ivey, 2023 7th-round pick out of Miami. Thought he's really brought some special teams value. Of course, tore his ACL last year, has came back and has played a couple of games. He's done some good things for you defensively and on the back end as well with that your safeties back there. I think bringing in Geno Stone and Von Bell, so many people thought that was going to fix all of your problems on the back end. That certainly has not been the case. Geno Stone has been, I'll just say, I think it's been a complete whiff for Cincinnati. He played really well for Baltimore last year, and he just hasn't been able to be that same player for Cincinnati. They're not taking any snaps away from him either. I thought maybe Tyson Anderson, who's been a hero for you on special teams, might be able to get some more snaps given the play of Geno Stone, but you haven't really seen that. Von Bell has seen his snap count go down as they work Jordan Battle back into the lineup, but Geno Stone's a guy they keep sending out there, and he's got to play better, and if one of these guys can force a turnover in this game as well, that would be super critical additionally in order to be able to do that, because when you have a defense that really struggles the way Cincinnati does, they can become really reliant on creating turnovers, and that's kind of where Cincinnati is right now as well. And this last matchup, of course, is the quarterbacks. Got to talk about these two. Absolutely. These are two of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League, taken in the 2020 draft. Of course, Burrow played his college ball at LSU. Herbert at Oregon. They played really high-profile college games. And, Burrow is a guy that doesn't necessarily have all the traits like Justin Herbert as far as the physical traits go. Herbert is just a massive guy with a rocket of an arm, tough as nails, right? Can move and can run too, so he really can do it all. Burrow's definitely more of a cerebral guy that just kind of has that it factor. But regardless, these are two of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League. I think Joe Burrow is playing like the best quarterback in the National Football League, and that's something he's going to have to continue to do in this game, because the way the roster is around him and the way everyone else is performing, if Burrow has a game tonight where he isn't great, I don't think you're good enough to win. I think you need Joe Burrow to be great in this football game. Luckily for the Cincinnati Bengals, he's been pretty much great all season long, barring that first Week 1 game against the New England Patriots. He has been that guy for the Cincinnati Bengals football team, and I'm looking for him to do more of the same here tonight in this primetime matchup against Justin Herbert. Burrow says he kind of lives for these moments, right? These primetime games, these standalone games, really an opportunity for him to showcase his abilities and his teammates to show that they are still a contender in the AFC, and they're still a Cincinnati Bengals team that is a threat as far as, making a run here in the playoffs. Because I promise you, there are teams that are going to make the playoffs that don't want to see these Cincinnati Bengals, that are just sitting there hoping that Cincinnati doesn't squeak their way in. Kansas City doesn't want to see this team. They don't want to see this team. I don't think Buffalo wants to see this team. Pittsburgh, we'll see. We're going to see that team twice. before the postseason. So, look, this Bengals team can be super, super dangerous if they have the ability to get into the playoffs, and I think those chances die tonight with a loss. A very critical game, and we should be getting ready for kickoff here in a matter of moments. We want to run this back one more time with the subs, Chris. All right, so 877 here, and we got about 800 people now locked in with us here at Bengals Breakdown. So if we hit 20 subs in the next 2 minutes, starting now, we will be giving away some free entries into our Bluetooth speaker raffle that we're going to be giving away here at the end of our show. So hit that sub button so we can give away some entries here to our speaker raffle. Like I mentioned, pretty much daily Bengals videos for you here at the channel. And we're also trying to hit that 13,000 subscriber mark by the end of our show. I have to do that or I have to rewatch the Super Bowl. So what is that? We're at 120 subscribers that are needed between now and the end of our stream. So it shouldn't be an issue, something we should definitely be able to accomplish at that point. Looks like we have we've gotten 4 subs here, and we got about 1:15, so keep them coming. Keep hitting that sub button. Okay, 883, 884, approaching the 1 minute mark. All right, 1 minute, and we have gotten, what, 4, 3, we've gotten 7. So we're a little bit off pace here. If we can get that number to 97. 897 is the magic number. Going to be giving away some Bluetooth speaker raffle entries. We're going to be giving away a Bluetooth speaker at the end of our stream here tonight. So if you want to get in on that, hit that subscribe button if you have not already done so. We need 10 subscribers here in the next 30 seconds. 9 subscribers here. Can we make this happen? Oh, we're getting close. 7 more subscribers, 15 seconds, 6 more. 12, 8, 9, 1 is where we sit right now as we get closer to kickoff. 8, 9, 2. 5 subscribers, 4 subscribers, 3 subscribers, 2, 1 more, and we'll get it. We're extending our time here a little bit. There it is right there. All right. So that first time tonight we have hit that 20 sub mark when we bring this up on the screen. So really appreciate you guys for hitting that sub button. Type sub into the comment section. And the person that types sub the most will be getting one of those free raffle entries. So spam sub in the comment section. We'll pick a couple of people for this. Do it for probably the next 30 seconds or so as we get ready for kickoff here. And producer Chris, well, what do you think, Chris? How many people are we giving away here? 2? 3? 1? Just 1? 1 every 20? Well, let's do 2. We'll do 2. 2 people. Chris will pick 2 people here in a matter of moments. Keep hitting that sub or keep spamming sub in the comment section for us right now. We're about 30 seconds into that. So, Chris, whenever you are ready, give those 2 shout-outs. And 2 people will be getting free entry into our Bluetooth speaker that we're going to be giving away here at the end of our stream.
First one we're going to go with is Caleb Estes.
Caleb Estes.
Keep the subs coming, though.
Keep them coming.
We're right close here to kickoff.
Bengals sitting at 4-6, looking to get their first victory against a team with a winning record here in 2024.
Let's go with Emilio for the second one.
Emilio. Let's go. All right, Chris, appreciate you. We'll get those 2 people into our raffle. And we got several people now that are going to be eligible for our speaker raffle that we're going to be giving away at the end of our show. And the opening kickoff is away. Jermaine Burton is back in the end zone. He will receive it, and he's going to take it out of his own end zone. And he's going to go down the sideline, and a solid return there from the rookie out of Alabama and Joe Burrow. And this Bengals offense are going to take the field, and boy, those orange pants look good. This might be my new favorite uniform combo. Orange pants, white jerseys, orange helmets with the black stripes, of course, on the orange helmets. That looks good. That looks good. This team might be 4-6, but I think they got the best uniforms, best helmets in the National Football League. And I think that goes a long way, certainly, as well. So Burrow's going to line up in the gun here. Cincinnati gets the ball first to start this game in Los Angeles. Burrow in the gun. Chase Brown out to his left, and the Bengals will immediately try to run the football, and a solid pickup on first down. Will go for 5, 2nd and 5 coming up. Talked about how running on early downs would be critical in this game for Cincinnati. Jesse Minter's defense only giving up 13.1 points per game. Outstanding defense, but they have been susceptible to giving up some chunk plays on early downs. Bengals pick up a solid gain of 5 there. Very important to stay out in front of the sticks and avoid those negative plays here against this Jesse Minter defense. Burrow takes the snap, looking right, firing right, wide open receiver. It's Jermaine Burton. Pick up a 10, first down, Cincinnati. Type in those ones for us in the comments section. So Jermaine Burton having an opportunity to make an impact here early on. Was the Bengals was back deep to receive on the opening kickoff. Had a solid return for Cincinnati. And a really nice catch there on 2nd and 5. Goes for 10. Not the best ball there by Burrow, but Burton was able to reel it in. Bengals pick up their first down of the night. They are taking another look at this, and that might not be a first down. As we see here, that ball's in, and I don't know if he ever dragged that right foot. So this very well could be coming back, looking like 3rd and 5 here for the Cincinnati Bengals. Harbaugh is going to challenge this. And
I think you definitely saw some pellets fly up on that.
Really? You think you have an opportunity to stance?
It was close. That right toe just barely dragged, I thought.
Okay. Yeah, we will see about that. Harbaugh is challenging this as they go to commercial, and we'll see if that ruling will stand or be reversed. Chris says he saw the pellets. I did not, but my eyesight is not very good. Ruling on the field, of course, is a catch, and Bengals have that going for them regardless. Like I said, it wasn't the best ball from Burrow, kind of a bit low and away from Burton. Definitely one that he should reel in as an NFL receiver. Not sure he was able to keep that first foot on the ground throughout the catch. Definitely had the 1 foot in bounds pretty clearly, but not sure he was able to keep both down. So Harbaugh challenging that as they go to break. But like the Bengals running it there on that first play, look, I think all of us here love seeing Joe Burrow drop back, fling the ball around the field, use his playmakers, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins now back. But running the football is really going to be critical in this game for Cincinnati, particularly in the early stages. They can't afford to get away from it. So 1 run so far here through 2 plays, and it worked out for a 5-yard gain. So really right up the middle as well. So some good blocking by Kappa and Volson on that play. Nice run, nice move from Chase Brown. So it's really going to be critical for Cincinnati to have some success on the ground in this game. Tim says, looks like Burton did not get both feet down. I didn't think so. Emiliano agrees with Chris. He said he saw some turf come up, and he thinks that it is a catch. Let us know. Was it a catch? Type Y for yes or N for no in the comments section. And looks like we are coming back to action here. We will see if this play is going to stand or if it is going to get reversed. It is going to stand. 1st and 10 Cincinnati. Great call, Chris. Bengals have it just about midfield. They will run it with Chase Brown, who gets 2, maybe 3 on first down. So great job by Jermaine Burton on the 2nd and 5 play, being able to get okay. Oh, there it is right there. Yep, good call there, Chris. Did not see that. Very clearly a catch there. So Harbaugh loses the challenge and loses the timeout. So certainly the first half not as critical as losing the timeout in the second half, but definitely noteworthy. 2nd and 7 for the Bengals in Los Angeles territory at the 49. Burrow in the pistol. Burrow takes the snap. Play action to Brown. Burrow moving to his right, dumps it off to Brown, who's able to pick up maybe a yard and a half before being tackled out of bounds. 3rd down coming up. Type in those threes for us in the comment section. A down in recent weeks the Bengals have been really, really good at offensively. And first time so far tonight that they are going to face a 3rd down. Type those threes for us in the comments section. We'll see what Zach Taylor and Dan Pitcher have queued up here for this 3rd down. Always critical to get out to a good start in these games, particularly on primetime, something Joe Burrow has been really, really good at. Here's 3rd and 6. Drew Sample, the tight end, is in the backfield blocking for Burrow. Chargers show pressure, bring 4. Burrow firing over the middle. Pass intended for T. Higgins, not able to haul it in, falls to the ground, incomplete. And the Bengals are going to be forced to punt here on the opening possession of the ball game. Pretty good coverage there by Los Angeles. It was Hart lined up on T. Higgins. We take another look at this. Yeah, that looked like a fine route there by T. Higgins. Didn't look to be hampered in any way by that quad injury. Pretty good coverage there by Hart. You could argue he was a touch early, but I don't have an issue with that not being a penalty. And Bengals are going to have to punt. Ryan Rico, who's been an excellent punter for Cincinnati as a rookie. His boot is underway. And another good one from Ryan Rico. And the Chargers are going to start at their own 9-yard line where it was fair caught at. So really nice job there by Ryan Rico. Has had some issues in the field goal kicking game as far as getting some holds down. But boy, as a punter, he's been really, really good for you as a rookie. And that was another good one there by Rico. Let's see what this defense can do. Their first time out on the football field. Special teams obviously going to be critical in this game. When you have a defense that struggles the way that Cincinnati does, you can't afford to give Justin Herbert short fields to work with. And good execution there by Rico. Herbert's going to have to go 90 yards if he wants to get into the end zone. Handoff here on the first play for Los Angeles goes for about 7. Gus Edwards gets the first carry to start the game. J.K. Dobbins is their lead back, who really has had a tremendous year for Los Angeles. Dobbins, of course, has suffered several really terrible injuries, most recently an Achilles injury. Has also torn his ACL, too. Has had some really, really terrible season-ending injuries, but he just continues to come back, and he's having a great start to this 2024 season, and he'll check into the game here on 2nd and 2 for Harbaugh's offense. Herbert in the gun. Takes the snap, and they'll give it to Dobbins. Nothing doing there. Cincinnati is ready for that one. Tackle at the line of scrimmage. Chris Jenkins Jr., the second-round rookie out of Michigan, there to make the play right at the line of scrimmage. 3rd down coming up. Type in those threes. Tell you what, Jenkins has really showed a lot of promise there at the interior of that defensive line. Was able to get around the block there of Slater, I believe, and really make a nice play. Jermaine Pratt, his buddy there at the linebacker position, able to clean it up with him as well. Really nice play by the rookie Chris Jenkins. 3rd and 2 coming up. Chargers have yet to throw the ball. 2 straight runs, make it 3. On the ground with Gus the Bus, and he's not going to get it. Tackled once again at the line of scrimmage. Trey Hendrickson in on that stop. And the Bengals defense forces a 3-and-out on the opening possession of the game for them defensively. And very similar to how they started last week against Baltimore. Really starting out really well here in this game, forcing a 3-and-out. Big shout out to the big boys up front. B.J. Hill in on the tackle as well. Bengals able to get some penetration there, something we really haven't seen a ton of this season. Great job by the defense. Here's J.K. Scott. Alabama alum will punt it away. Trenton Irwin back to receive the punt. He's got some space, tries to make a move, and picks up maybe 4 or 5 yards. And the Bengals are going to start out on their own 35-yard line kind of what I was saying about Irwin. It's like, yeah, you feel really good about his ability to catch the ball and protect the football, but he had some space to work with there and just not enough speed, not enough twitchiness really to do anything with it. But regardless, defense steps up. Bengals get the football back, and we'll see Joe Burrow and the Bengals offense when we get back here from commercial. But now, it's a great time to give a shout-out to our friends over at Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 100 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. You can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with as little as 4 correct picks. Prize Picks is the best way to get action on sports in over 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. Prize Picks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, so your lineups stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks keeps your lineup live. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. Join over 10 million users and sign up today. They also invented the Flex Play, which means you can still cash out if your lineup isn't perfect. You can double your money even if your picks don't hit. This is our Flex Play here that several of us here at Chat Sports threw together, going with the less than on the Cooper Rush passing yards for tomorrow's game. Joe Mixon, the more than on his rushing yards. Of course, former Bengal having a phenomenal season with Houston, as well as the more than on Rico Dowdle receiving yards. That is our Flex Play slate that we put together here at Chat Sports. So download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Again, download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. It's Prize Picks. Run your game. All right, would like to really see Jamar Chase getting involved here on this possession for Cincinnati. I'm a big believer in you got to get your star players the ball early on in the game. Doesn't need to be, a crazy deep shot down the field. Like, just get the ball in his hands. Let him get into the flow and the rhythm of the football game. Did not see Jamar touch the ball in the first possession for Cincinnati, albeit they only ran a few plays. I would like to see Zach Taylor try to get the ball in his hands here early on in this drive. Bengals have it at their own 35. Burrow in the gun. Here comes Jermaine Burton in motion. Play action. Chargers bring pressure. Burrow running out of time, stepping up in the pocket, floating it over the middle. There he is. Jamar Chase, first down and more into Chargers territory. Big pickup for Cincinnati on first down. Type in those ones right on cue. There is Jamar Chase for a massive play over the middle. This is something we've seen Burrow do so well all season long. Chargers bringing some pressure, stays poised, doesn't panic, moves up in the pocket, climbs the pocket, and is able to find his boy Jamar Chase over the middle, just floats it over that defender there, that linebacker, right into the arms of Jamar Chase for a first down. Great play from Zach Taylor and Joe Burrow on that one. First and 10. They'll run it here with Chase Brown, who makes a move, tries to stiff arm a defender, and we're seeing some flags get thrown in here on this play. We'll check the penalty. For now, it's about a 5-yard pickup on first down for Chase Brown. And it's going to be a horse collar tackle on Los Angeles, and that will tack on some additional yardage for Cincinnati. It looks like it was a face mask as well. And, yeah, it's a double whammy there. I mean, the horse collar, not super egregious, but certainly a penalty. But he also grabbed a hold of Chase Brown's face mask, which should have been called as well. Derwin James, the veteran there, with a couple of critical mistakes for Los Angeles. And the Bengals are approaching the Prize Picks red zone. See if after the penalty they are in the Prize Picks red zone. And see if Cincinnati can capitalize here and get some points. Talked about in the pregame show how good Cincinnati is at scoring touchdowns when they get in the red zone. Over 71% of the time, second in the National Football League. See if Cincinnati is able to do it against a really good Jesse Minter defense. First and 10. Burrow takes the snap, fires over the middle. Pass is caught by Chase, who gets about half of it. Pickup of about 5. The first down marker is at the 4-yard line, so Cincinnati can pick up a first down without scoring a touchdown here. 9 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Second possession of the game for Cincinnati offensively. Had to punt it away on their first possession, but a big play to Jamar Chase on the opening play of this possession has really set up Cincinnati nicely. 2nd and 5 from the Los Angeles 7-yard line. Burrow takes the snap, hands it off to Chase Brown, cuts it up the middle, and very close to a Cincinnati first down at that 4-yard line. Might be just a touch short. Could very well be 3rd and about a half a yard here. It looks like he is going to be short, so it's 3rd down. Type those threes for us into the comment section. And if Zach Taylor is going to call this game similar to how he called last week's game on Thursday night, I think you definitely can expect this to be 4-down territory for this Cincinnati offense, barring a penalty. It is 3rd and inches, and Burrow is in the gun. Jamar Chase joins Chase Brown in the backfield. They'll give it to Chase Brown, and he's got enough for a Cincinnati first down. Type those ones for us into the comment section, down to about the 2.5, 3-yard line. 1st and goal for the Bengals coming up. So far in this game, the Bengals have been able to run the football. I haven't broke any massive runs, but they've all been productive runs for Cincinnati. Only picked up about a yard there, but it was enough to pick up the first down. 1st and goal at the 3. They will play action it. Burrow's rolling to his right. He's got nobody. Throws it across his body. Wanted Jamar Chase. Pass falls to the ground, incomplete. 2nd and goal coming up for the Bengals. We've seen Burrow be really effective rolling to his right in the red zone. Thought for a moment he really was going to come across his body and fire one into traffic, which has worked out for him from time to time this season. Thought he was going to go to Yoshi there, but tried to work to Jamar in the back right corner. Pretty good coverage there once again by Hart. And it falls to the ground for an incompletion. Hart, of course, a rookie 5th-round pick out of Notre Dame. Burrow in the gun once again. Drops back. Looking right. Rolling to his left. Looks like a free play here, and Burrow just throws it out the back of his end zone. Andre Yosevich was the receiver closest to the pass. There is a flag here, and instead it is going to be on Cincinnati. Perhaps an illegal shift here on this Bengals offense. Tanner Hudson was not set prior to the snap. We take another look at this. Hudson comes in motion here and doesn't get set. Okay, got it. 2nd and goal from the 8. Burrow with time, running out of time, trying to avoid Bosa, and throws it to his offensive lineman, which can't do that. So it's probably going to be an intentional grounding here on Burrow. Joey Bosa had Burrow wrapped up, and Burrow at the last second just kind of threw it towards his lineman, Cordell Volson, I believe. And it is going to be intentional grounding on Burrow. So just like that, after we talked about how successful the Bengals have been in the red zone, they're going to have 3rd and goal here. And a ways to go for Cincinnati to get this into the end zone. I think Burrow's just, this is a case where he's just trying to extend a little bit too long. That ball's got to be out quicker than that if you're Joe Burrow. But we've seen him do that this year and be successful at it, so don't want to knock him too hard for that. But regardless, it's 3rd and goal from the 18 here. Let's see what Zach Taylor has drawn up for this one. Burrow takes the snap, fires over the middle, pass is caught by Jamar Chase, and he's tackled at the 8-yard line. And we're going to see Evan McPherson for the first time in a couple of weeks. There were some opportunities for McPherson last week, and Zach Taylor opted to be aggressive in all of those situations, and we never saw a field goal attempt from Evan McPherson last week. But we're going to see one here. It's going to be a 26-yard attempt. Ryan Rico will hold it. Cal Adamitis will snap it. And several kickers around the league have missed short ones here today. Hopefully that doesn't happen here for the Bengals. The snap, the hold, the kick. And it is right down the middle. Nice job by McPherson. And Cincinnati is on the board and takes their first lead of the ball game. It is 3-0 Bengals with about 6.5 minutes to go here in the quarter. Okay. Bengals had some opportunities there closer, to the goal line. You're sitting there 1st and goal from the 3. And you have an illegal shift, and you have the intentional grounding on Burrow that caused you to get backed up. And the Bengals, by the way, are the least penalized team in the National Football League, so 2 pretty uncharacteristic mistakes there by Cincinnati. But, Chris, back to that illegal shift. Was it because Chase was not set either? Because you can only have one guy in motion?
Yeah, it looked like Jamar Chase was still moving a little bit when Hudson went in motion. So Chase didn't get set before Hudson went in motion.
Got it. And that's what resulted in the illegal shift for the Bengals when they were close down to the goal line, and they ended up dropping back there with Burrow. Again, he tries to extend, and Bosa had him pretty much wrapped up and throws it to his lineman. Obviously can't do that. So that is an intentional grounding on Burrow. And from there, 3rd and goal from, the 20. You're just trying to get it a little closer for McPherson. You're not going to do anything stupid there. Chargers, obviously, in prevent defense, protecting the goal line, and not much you can do in that situation. So I think you could have been in a position there where you tried to run the ball, maybe a little bit more on those goal line plays. Talked about how important the run game is going to be for this team. You had success with the run game so far. I think you kind of got away from it a little bit there near the goal line, which obviously if it would have worked out and Joe Burrow would have been able to throw a touchdown, you're not sitting here second-guessing that play calling. But I would have liked to see 1 or 2 more runs in that situation, particularly, Chase Brown's been running the football well in this game. That is our Super Chat menu, giving away a Bengals Bluetooth speaker at the end of our stream. $5 Super Chat gets you into that raffle, and raffling it off at the end of our stream. $10 candy toss gets you 2 raffles or 2 tickets into our Bluetooth speaker raffle. And if I am unsuccessful on the candy toss, you get a 3rd additional raffle entry. $20 gets you into our Jungle Club, giving away a full-size Bengals helmet at some point before the end of the season. So $20 will get you in to our Jungle Club 2.0, and maybe you can just win a full-size Bengals helmet. Plumpkin says Chargers D is going to clamp down, need to score early. I think that's fair. That's very fair. Again, it's the Jesse Minter defense only giving up 13.1 points per game. So they've had a lot of success defensively this year. Bengals, of course, have 3 points. And Bengals had a good opportunity to punch it in and get 7 there, and weren't able to do so. So they need the defense, once again, to step up, make a play for the Bengals. Of course, they forced a 3-and-out. The first time they got out onto the field. And we'll see what they can do here the second time around. Again, Harbaugh's teams are always going to be run-first teams, right, as they line up in the I formation here. But they just don't have the weaponry that they have in years past. Here's a play action from Herbert, running out of time, and the Bengals are going to sack Justin Herbert, Cam Taylor-Britt, and Trey Hendrickson in on the sack. How about that? Talked about wondering if the Bengals would get over a sack and a half in this game, or there is one really early on. Trey Hendrickson fighting through that neck issue. He was the first guy there, and Cam Taylor-Britt coming on a corner blitz as well. Really nice pressure dialed up there by Lou Anarumo. Hendrickson and Cam Taylor-Britt able to get the sack on Herbert. Loss of 5. 2nd and 15 here for Los Angeles. Herbert takes the snap. Stepping up in the pocket, he's got some space. He's going to take off. Somebody's got to make a tackle, and nobody is there to make a tackle as Justin Herbert is approaching midfield. Picks up about 20 yards on the ground before getting tackled by Geno Stone. and he's just about 5 yards short of midfield there at the 45-yard line. Look, man, I think you got to have a spy on Herbert. He's not going to be a run-first guy, but when you give him, a situation like that, everything was just cleared out underneath. Ran a lot of deep routes on that play and didn't have a linebacker or anybody whatsoever just hanging out there in the middle of the field with an eye on Herbert. Had all kinds of green grass in front of him. Picks up 20 yards on the ground for Los Angeles. Back to the I formation they go. Herbert, play action once again. Here comes Hendrickson off the edge, not able to get home. Pass is caught by the tight end. Actually, that is the fullback. And second down coming up for Los Angeles. $20 super chat from Marvin Williford. Appreciate that. So that'll be 4 entries, and we'll do some candy tosses as well at our next break. But that'll be 4 entries into our our Bluetooth speaker raffle. 2nd and 4, play action once again. Bengals not able to get home. Herbert with all day, firing wide open man. It's Ladd McConkey. Pass is caught. Tackle made on the play by Geno Stone, but there is a penalty on the play as McConkey is slow to get up there for Los Angeles on the sideline, grabbing his right shoulder / collarbone area. McConkey is probably their best wide receiver despite his small stature. And it's going to be a penalty on CTB, which Los Angeles, of course, will decline. And the Chargers are well on their way here, putting together a really nice drive against this Bengals defense. Yeah, it was a defensive holding on CTB on Quentin Johnston, far away from the action, so really had no impact on the play. But regardless, big pickup for McConkey, and the Chargers have it at the Cincinnati 29-yard line. More play action. Herbert firing over the middle. Oh, what a dime from Herbert to Disley. Touchdown Chargers. My goodness. Justin Herbert with an absolute dime. Just fluttered that over the Cincinnati secondary right on the money. And the Chargers score the first touchdown of this game. It is 6-3. Felt like every passing play on that drive was from under center. And it was play action. And it worked very, very well for Los Angeles. Just right over the head of the linebacker Pratt. CTB in coverage on Disley. Touchdown Los Angeles. The extra point is up and good. And it is 7-3. Bengals got to respond. That was a pretty drive there by the Chargers. Gorgeous throw here by Herbert. Decent coverage by CTB, but, against a bigger guy playing the tight end position in Will Disley. Not able to affect that pass, and Justin Herbert throws an absolute dime. Plumpkin says Herbert is too good and efficient, made it look easy. Yeah, look, this is gonna be a battle. Absolutely no doubt about that. You got 2 elite quarterbacks. You got a head coach and Jim Harbaugh, that's elite. So if you thought Cincinnati was going to just run away with this game, you were wrong. But I don't think any of us really thought that. But elite first drive by the Bengals defense, but there they appeared to be all kinds of out of whack. Particularly that run there by Herbert where just nobody was underneath accounting for the quarterback, and he just had all kinds of green grass in front of him, scampered for 20 yards. And then from there, it was a lot of play action stuff, even though the Chargers haven't had success running the football so far in this game. A lot of Herbert lining up under center, play action to the running back, dropping back. Bengals not able to get home. Despite the sack there early on in that drive from Hendrickson and CTB. They get beat, big play to the sideline to McConkey. By the way, got banged up there, so we'll continue to monitor that situation. If he's not going to be able to return to this game, that would be a massive loss for Los Angeles. But more weak play in the secondary by Cincinnati, getting beat. Linebackers out of position, so kind of more of the same there from the Bengals defense on that particular drive. And Joe Joe Burrow and the offense got to respond. Got to respond, absolutely. No doubt about that. Mikey says it's early. The Bengals will answer right back. I agree. It's only a matter of time before Burrow and the offense kind of get clicking. But it's just your defense is such a wild card at the moment because they might just give up points the rest of the game, or they might find a way to create a turnover. You just never know with this Bengals defense. But yeah, very imperative for Burrow to go down and get some points here, whether it be 3 or 6, and really get back in this football game and get back on top, get a lead. Certainly would be nice here with about 3.5 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Oh yeah, we had a toss here real quick. Chris is gonna toss. We'll do one. Here's the toss from Chris. 2. Oh, I mean, that's all right. That's all right. An errant throw there by Chris, but look, I gotta bring that home. That's all right. All right, so that's an additional entry for Marvin Williford. We got one more real quick. Yeah, we'll do one more. Here we go. Oh, that's on me. That's on me. 0 for 2, so 2 additional entries for Marvin Williford. Thank you again, Marvin, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. So that is 4 entries for you, plus the 2 failed candy tosses is 2 additional entries for you, Marvin. So right now you are the favorite to bring home that Bluetooth speaker. All right, Bengals offense back out on the field. Burrow takes the snap, hands it off to Chase Brown, and this time nothing is there. So the worst run of the day so far for the Bengals offense. They get tackled at the line of scrimmage. Pickup of 0. Tim Tyra says like, share, and sub. Appreciate you, Tim. Always looking out for us here at Bengals Breakdown. Got over 1,000 people locked in with us right now, so hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Only have 175 likes on the stream. And that is not the ratio we are looking for. So help us out at that thumbs up icon. Burrow takes the snap, fires over the middle. He's got T. Higgins for the first time tonight, who's carrying 3 Chargers defenders into Cincinnati territory. First down, Higgins. First down, Cincinnati. Type in those ones for us in the comment section. Welcome back, T. Higgins. That was impressive. Nice little typical slant route right there from Higgins. Burrow puts it right on the money. But the yards after the catch here from number 5 was pretty impressive, as he just carries literally 3 Chargers defenders across midfield for a Cincinnati first down. Burrow 6 of 9 for 76 yards to start the evening. 2 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Burrow takes the snap, running out of time, got to get rid of it. He does not, and he gets dropped for a sack. It'll be a loss of 5. Ball's got to come out if you are Joe Burrow. Again, he's had success extending, creating plays, but that's twice now that he gets sacked, that ball needs to be out. Amarius Mims, the rookie, gets completely beat there, so he did not help out his quarterback whatsoever there. But Burrow cannot take that sack after that positive gain from Higgins. Bengals now back to the Los Angeles 48, 2nd and 14, we'll call it. Burrow takes the snap, fires over the middle. He's got his man. Pass is caught by his tight end, Tanner Hudson, but not a ton there. It'll only be a pickup of about 3. 3rd and long coming up for Cincinnati. Type those 3s for us in the comment section. Hudson really had a nice game last week against Baltimore. Of course, got a lot of criticism for his performance week 1 against New England. Had the massive fumble near the goal line. That really was a major reason as to why Cincinnati lost that game. Missed some games with the knee injury, but played really well last night on Thursday night, which certainly was good to see from Tanner Hudson. But it is 3rd and 10 here for Cincinnati at the Los Angeles 44. Burrow barking out signals at the line of scrimmage. Shot clock down to 4. Burrow takes the snap. Here comes pressure from Jesse Minter. Burrow gets rid of it quickly. He's got his man, Tanner Hudson. Pick up a 9. He's going to be a yard short of the first down. But Zach Taylor's already barking into his headset, getting another play in for this Bengals offense because he's going for it. Got to stick to your guns here if you're Zach Taylor. This is what you've been doing. This is your style. Yeah, it hasn't really worked out given your record, but I don't think there's any reason to switch up on it based on how your defense is playing. You're in a short yardage situation here, an area in which your team has struggled in the past. And we'll see what we got here on 4th and 1. Burrow under center. He'll need to snap it before the end of the first quarter, and it looks like Cincinnati's going to have to burn a timeout. I like that. Good timeout there by Zach Taylor. Did not look like everybody was on the same page there. It's his first timeout of the first half. Again, those timeouts in the first half, obviously not nearly as valuable as they are in the second half. So good timeout there from Taylor. 4th and 1 coming up. And there's still 3 seconds left in the first quarter, so we will get another play here before the end of the first quarter. $10 super chat from Mom. Says, don't miss those. Yeah, I was trying. Second one was definitely on me. Could add the first one as well, but the first couple were good, but hopefully we can get back to that. But I guess we got to do one more for this one here. We'll do it after the play. After the end of the first quarter, we'll do it. But Mom, appreciate you. $10 super chat from Romy Shields. All right, 4th and 1. Different play here for Cincinnati as Burrow is now in the gun. What does Zach Taylor have in his bag here in this critical 4th and 1? And now Jim Harbaugh is going to call a timeout. So a bit of a chess match going on between these two head coaches at this point. They exchange timeouts, but I think that kind of just shows you how critical of a 4th down this is in this football game. Again, it's the first quarter. It's a tight game, 7-3, but it's a massive 4th down because if you're able to get a stop, if you're Los Angeles, optimal field position for your offense, and you just went right down the field, that could be an opportunity for you to really extend your lead here in this game. All right, while we have a moment, Chris, I'm ready for it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Another misfire. That's 3 in a row. That's the worst part. You can't even eat it when they hit the ground. You just got to put them over there. Definitely trickier, not to make excuses, but one of the lights is right there, kind of looking up into the light. But that's probably just an excuse. But missed the last 3, so that's an additional raffle entry for Mom. 4th and 1, Burrow in empty. Takes the snap. Chargers bring 4. Burrow over the middle. He's got Higgins, first down, Cincinnati. Great job by Zach Taylor as the ball comes out and the Chargers are running the opposite way. They have not blown it dead. Joe Burrow is chasing after the defender, and it's going to be returned for a touchdown. The officials did not blow this play dead, and Higgins is slow to get up. Surprise, surprise. The Chargers are celebrating in the end zone. And Zach Taylor's hat is off, his headset is off, and he is fired up right now. The scoreboard still says 7-3. T. Higgins is.
Got hit late.
All right, luckily he's down. All right, everybody can relax. The forearm of T. Higgins was down. He did take a shot after that as well. Apologies for calling out T. Higgins for being slow getting up. That was uncalled for, T. I apologize. But regardless, the forearm is down, and that is not a fumble. Instead, it is a first down. So what looked to be a very positive play, then looked to be a very negative play, actually is a very positive play. So the Bengals avoid disaster there. Great 4th down call by Zach Taylor. Just a little slant over the middle to T. Higgins. It also shows you that how reliant you are on Joe Burrow, right? In those situations, it's 4th and 1. How many teams are lining up running the football, just trying to be more physical than the opposition? Zach Taylor recognized against this Jesse Minter front. Probably wasn't going to happen there for Cincinnati. Has to throw the football on 4th and 1. Luckily, it gets executed for Cincinnati. T. Higgins, again, slow to get up on the play for the Bengals, so we'll continue to monitor that. He did kind of take a wicked shot. Chris mentioned it looked to be borderline late as well, but did take a shot to the head there a little bit. And hopefully he is all right, but it is going to be a first down as Cincinnati continues to put this drive together here, their 3rd offensive possession of the game. That is our Super Chat menu. $5 will get you into our Bengals Bluetooth speaker raffle that we're going to be giving away here at the end of our stream. $5 Super Chat gets you involved with that. And $10 Candy Toss. Missed the last 3. And $20 gets you into our Jungle Club as well. Good call, Chris. Going back to this, look, 13K really need to get to 13,000 subscribers on today's watch party, or I have to rewatch the Super Bowl. And if you're just joining us, why, you might ask? Well, this is the first time the Bengals have played at SoFi Stadium since they lost the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. So if we don't get to 13,000 on this stream, I have to rewatch it and then do a video on it. So help me out. Hit that sub button. Also, in the next 2 minutes as I start the clock here. What was that at? 9:25, Chris, right? 9:24. If we can get 20 subs in the next 2 minutes, we'll be giving away 2 free raffle entries for that speaker raffle. So 24, if we can get 44 here in the next minute and 40 seconds, we will be giving away 2 additional raffles for our speaker, Bluetooth speaker that we're going to be giving away at the end of our show. So keep that monitored. We got about a minute and 20 seconds for that to happen. And we need 15 subs in order to make that work out. So, in the meantime, Bengals getting ready to start the second quarter here. They have it 1st and 10 at the Los Angeles 27-yard line. Avoided disaster. T. Higgins was down. Bengals drive continues. Bengals in the pistol. Burrow takes it, hands it off to Chase Brown, who goes to his right, tries to cut it upfield, and not much going there. He's going to pick up 3. Cam Grandy, the tight end, checked into the game for Cincinnati. As they're talking about T. Higgins here. Can you hear any of that, Chris, perhaps? Looks like he's reaching for his back there. Which that, of course, was not the injury that T. Higgins had been dealing with. It was the quad. But we'll continue to monitor that as we go forward. 2nd and 8. Bengals have it at the Chargers 25. Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap with time. Fires over the middle. Pass incomplete. Intended for Trenton Irwin. And kind of a dangerous pass there by Burrow. It was good coverage on the play from Los Angeles. Actually, it wasn't, because it was pass interference. So Christian Fulton was in on the coverage, which is interesting because Christian Fulton was a member of that LSU team with Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase that won the national championship in 2019. And Fulton also was a high school teammate of Jamar Chase. So kind of a full circle moment for those guys as they square off in the National Football League. But Burrow gets the better of Fulton there as Fulton is flagged for the PI. Automatic first down for the Bengals as they move their way into the Prize Picks red zone. Burrow takes the snap. Gives it to Chase Brown, and not much there. It's a 2-yard pickup for Cincinnati. Dane Henley in on the stop for Los Angeles out of Washington State. Really nice player for Jesse Minter's defense. The Bengals had some success on their first couple of drives running the football, but since then really has slowed down. You haven't really had much success on the ground here. With Chase Brown on this possession. 2nd and 8 for the Bengals at the Chargers 15. Burrow fires. Pass is caught by T. Higgins, who's back in the game, so that certainly is good to see. Is short of the first down marker. It's going to be 3rd and short here for the Bengals. Type in those 3s for us in the comment section. See just how aggressive Zach Taylor is in this situation. 3rd and 2, if this is 4-down territory as well for the Bengals. Burrow in the gun. Once again, Jamar Chase is in the backfield with Chase Brown. Burrow takes the snap with time, fires towards the end zone, incomplete. He wanted Jermaine Burton. Pass was a little too tall for the rookie out of Alabama. Burton looked like he only went up with one hand there. It'll be interesting to see if Fulton was holding on to his other hand. But not the best pass there by Burrow. Pretty good job by the offensive line protecting. And Jamar Chase was getting doubled on that play, so he pretty much was eliminated there. And yeah, Burton just went up with one hand. Good coverage on the play by Los Angeles, and it will be a 27-yard field goal attempt for Evan McPherson. McPherson was good earlier, and he is good here. The 27-yarder is good. And the Bengals cut into the Chargers' lead and now trail by 1. It is 7-6, Los Angeles. So we were not able to get to the mark there as far as our subs go. At 9:41, we were just 3 short. 3 short. Unfortunately, we were 3 short, so we weren't able to do that. But look, we're going to be doing this a lot here throughout the remainder of this first half and throughout the remainder of this game as well. So make sure all you new people that are in here with us here at Bengals Breakdown, first off, we appreciate you guys hanging out with us here on Sunday Night Football, Bengals and Chargers. But I got about 1,300 or so people in there and got to get to 13,000 subscribers by the end of our show. And also, since we've got a good amount of people in here hanging out with us, hit that like button for us as well. I have 270 likes. We're always going kind of for that 50-50 ratio. Looking for half the amount of likes as viewers. Again, about 1,300 viewers right now. And we are definitely short of half that amount of likes. So help us out. Hit that thumbs up icon if you haven't done so already. It really allows us just to do more stuff here at Bengals Breakdown. Obviously, the goal is to eventually be able to do these live shows at some point throughout the week as well. A lot of our channels here at Chat Sports have the ability to do that. And for now, we're just live on game days, but hopefully in the future that can change. But in order for that to happen, we got to continue to push all our metrics and get those likes and get those subscribers up as well. So help us out, help us grow here at Bengals Breakdown, and we can continue bringing you guys Cincinnati Bengals coverage, which obviously we love to do, and just need to get those numbers up so we can continue to do that in the future. But appreciate all you guys for hanging out here at Bengals Breakdown, and the Bengals trail the Chargers 7-6. Bengals defense needs to step up.
Got an update here on Ladd McConkey.
Okay.
Adam Schefter saying Chargers wide receiver Ladd McConkey is questionable to return tonight with a shoulder injury.
Shoulder injury for McConkey. We did see him grabbing that shoulder after that big first down pickup on the drive, the Chargers' last offensive drive, where they were able to score a touchdown. So that certainly is noteworthy. Again, I think Ladd McConkey is their best wide receiver for this Jim Harbaugh coach team. So you're looking at guys like Quentin Johnston, Josh Palmer, and I think Jalen Reagor is probably that next man up who's going to have an opportunity to get into this game and make some plays if indeed McConkey is not able to go. But appreciate that, Chris. Adam Schefter saying Ladd McConkey is questionable to return to this game with a shoulder injury. All right, 12 minutes, 54 seconds to go here in the first half. Bengals trailing the Chargers 7-6 on the road at SoFi Stadium. And the Chargers are going to bring this out of their own end zone after a slight delay. And it appeared as though that may have caught the Bengals slightly off guard. So that was kind of an interesting twist there, kind of a bluff there by Los Angeles. Looked like they weren't going to return it there. Kind of paused for about a beat or two and then took off there from their own end zone. So just a typical Jim Harbaugh kind of play right there by Los Angeles. Definitely think that was intentional. Kind of the hesitancy before bringing that out of the end zone. But luckily Cincinnati didn't completely quit on the play. And the Chargers are going to have it here at their 29-yard line is where they're going to set up shop here. Herbert once again under center. We've seen a ton of stuff under center so far in this game. More play action from Herbert. All day to throw, of course. Fires over towards the sideline. Pass is caught by Quentin Johnston. It'll be a pickup of 15. Another beautiful throw there by Justin Herbert. DJ Turner matched up with Quentin Johnston in coverage. Really nice route. He gets kind of spun around like a top a little bit. Big pickup for the Chargers there on first down. Just over to the outstretched arm of another Cincinnati that was, I believe, Akeem, or that may have been Joseph Osai who sacked back there, was not able to get a paw on that. Chargers snap it, fire once again. Will Dissly with another big pickup for Los Angeles. Another pickup of 15. And the Chargers are cooking, and Cincinnati cannot make a stop here defensively. 2 plays, 2 big ones for this Los Angeles offense. Tell you what, Justin Herbert's locked in tonight, and if the Bengals keep settling for field goals, They might be in trouble here. 2 short field goals that they've had to settle for from Evan McPherson. We were just talking about at the beginning when we came on live here how good the Bengals were in the red zone, not living up to it thus far. They'll finally run it here with J.K. Dobbins. Von Bell makes the tackle for Cincinnati. It's a pickup of 4 for Los Angeles on the ground. 2nd down coming up. Looks like Ladd McConkey has indeed returned to the game. Jermaine Pratt showing some frustration there on the sideline. Appear to be getting in the ear of Logan Wilson maybe a little bit there as well. More play action from the Chargers. Herbert all day to throw, stepping up in the pocket, firing towards the end zone. Wide open man, caught, touchdown Los Angeles, Quentin Johnston. Justin Herbert is absolutely dicing through this Swiss cheese Bengals defense. And it is 13-6. And that was easy. 4 plays for Los Angeles, 3 big passes, and a short run as well. Justin Herbert is absolutely dialed in, and Cincinnati's just not covering anybody. Can't get any pressure on Herbert. He steps up in the pocket. Logan Wilson, for some reason, finds himself matched up with Quentin Johnston, so not exactly sure how that happened. Geno Stone, per usual, is late getting over to help. And has an easy Chargers touchdown. The extra point is up, and it is good. And it is 14-6 Los Angeles. And this Bengals team needs to wake up now. So the Bengals defense showed some promise on their first possession of the game, but since then it's been 2 Chargers possessions, 2 touchdowns for Los Angeles, and it has looked very, very easy. So an adjustment needs to be made, and unfortunately this Bengals team needs to find ways to score some touchdowns in their own right and stop settling for field goals as well. While we have a moment here, I want to give a shout-out to our friends over at PrizePicks because they are the sponsor of our live stream watch party here tonight. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, PrizePicks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 100 times your cash. Run your game all season long on PrizePicks. You can now win up to 100 times your money on PrizePicks with as little as 4 correct picks. PrizePicks is the best way to get action on sports in over 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. PrizePicks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, so your lineups stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks keeps your lineup live. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. Join over 10 million users and sign up today. PrizePicks also invented the Flex Play, and this is what we're dealing with here at Chat Sports as far as our Flex Play goes for tomorrow's contest between the Cowboys and the Texans. Going with the less than on Cooper Rush passing yards, the more than on Joe Mixon rushing yards, as well as the more than on Rico Dowdle receiving yards as well. So that is our flex play here at Chat Sports. And look, you can still cash out if your lineup isn't perfect. That is the beauty of the flex play. You can double your money even if one of your picks doesn't hit. So download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Again, download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. It's PrizePicks. Run your game. All right, need a response here from this Cincinnati Bengals offense. We've seen some good things from the Bengals offensively. Ultimately haven't been able to capitalize in the red zone, which is why the score is what it is, falling behind 14-6 at this point here with about 11 minutes to go in the first half. But this is a critical drive for Cincinnati. Need points, period, and really need to get in the end zone and kind of shrink this lead for Los Angeles. By the way, the Bengals did get the ball to start this football game, so the Chargers are going to get it to start the second half. So that always is a feeling where you have a little bit more pressure on you in the first half, knowing that you're not going to get the ball to start the second half. So we'll see if Cincinnati is able to do something here on this drive. Burrow's been good, but Justin Herbert clearly is outplaying Herbert here through about a quarter and about 4 minutes here. Herbert is definitely has the upper hand on Burrow. Let's see if that changes here on this drive here for Cincinnati. Bengals go to the pistol. Burrow, deep drop, stepping up in the pocket, firing, and it's just a duck. Incomplete for Mike Gesicki. I would imagine somebody was able to get a fingertip on that, because that did not come out of Joe Burrow's hands the way we typically see footballs come out of Joe Burrow's hands. As we take another look at this, Burrow climbing the pocket, and hard to tell from that angle here. And that may have just slipped out of his hand, honestly. Haven't seen that in a while. Not a good throw there by Joe Burrow whatsoever. Way off the mark, intended for Mike Gesicki. 2nd and 10 coming up for Cincinnati. Need a chunk. Burrow dumps it off over the middle. He's got his man Yoshi, who picks up about 6. So it's going to be 3rd and 4 for Cincinnati. A critical 3rd down for this Bengals team. Type those 3s for us into the comment section. The broadcast is showing Joe Burrow warm up, because if always seems to be messing with that wrist, which is something that we've seen him do all season long. It's been obviously, when you're dealing with a player at the caliber of Burrow, every little thing is scrutinized. So Burrow claims the wrist is totally fine, but definitely always see him working it out a bit leading up to the game. Burrow takes the snap, running out of time, and he's going to get dropped. Absolutely nowhere to go. Bengals offensive line not able to account for that pressure, and just immediately gets sacked by Los Angeles, and the Bengals are going to be forced to punt here on 4th down with 10 minutes to go here in the first half and the clock running. Disaster of a drive for Cincinnati. And just did not pick that up whatsoever. Burrow keeps trying to climb the pocket. Tried to do it that time as well, and just walked right into the lap of an oncoming defender. Here's the punt from Ryan Rico. Bengals need a good one, and it's not a good one. Bounces at the 30 and takes a Los Angeles bounce back to the 35. Good field position coming up for Justin Herbert. Bengals need a stop. Bengals need a turnover. Bengals need something, or this game could get out of hand quickly. Tell you what, though, this Jesse Minter defense is no joke. We've seen him really do a nice job holding the Bengals to field goals in the red zone. They've also forced some punts from Cincinnati as well. There's Herbert in the gun for a change. Takes the snap, and they will run it here with Dobbins, who carries several people for a 4-yard pickup. Excuse me, that was Gus Edwards on the run for Los Angeles. Gotta have an answer for number 10. Cincinnati does not have an answer for Justin Herbert here so far in this football game. Has absolutely diced up this Bengals defense. Again, he's throwing to guys like Will Dissly and Quentin Johnston. Don't want to sit here and disrespect them, but it's not like he's throwing to Hall of Famers out here. Has not thrown an incompletion yet. Looked like the Bengals got an early jump there, but no flag. Herbert's going to take off once again. Nobody is there to defend for the quarterback run, and Herbert takes it all the way down to the Cincinnati 30-yard line. 1st down, Los Angeles. Clearly, Herbert is not afraid to use his leg. You should have known that coming into this football game. The guy's an unbelievable athlete, and the Bengals just don't have any answer. Once again, nobody has an eye on the quarterback. Nobody is responsible for the quarterback run. That is a scheme issue from Lou Anarumo. Somebody needs to be looking for Justin Herbert. Massive pickup for Herbert. Herbert, on top of the perfect performance he's had throwing the football, has also ran for 50 yards in this game. Bengals need to force a field goal here. Herbert takes the snap, dumps it off to his running back. Instead, that's a receiver who makes a couple of moves. Bengals miss a couple of tackles into the Prize Picks red zone. 1st and 10, Los Angeles at the Cincinnati 16-yard line. Darius Davis with the reception for the Chargers. Comes into motion, wide open, and nobody's there to stop him either. And the Bengals bring 4 guys, and nobody can even come close to getting home on the quarterback. So More of the same here from Cincinnati in this game defensively. Herbert takes the snap from under center, hands it off to Gus the Bus, who breaks 3 tackles and gets close to another Los Angeles first down. My goodness, this defense is bad. This defense is really bad. My goodness. Seven minutes to go here in the first half. Second and inches for the Chargers here, as they have it within the Cincinnati 10-yard line. Can somebody step up and make a play? Of course, no Sheldon Rankins, a massive loss for Cincinnati in this game. Here's the run from Edwards, another first down for Los Angeles. Pick up a 3. It's going to be first and goal at the 4-yard line for the Chargers. Kind of interested to see Gus Edwards really has been getting the majority of the carries here in this game as opposed to J.K. Dobbins. Haven't heard anything about a Dobbins injury to this point. But they're going with Gus the Bus, and basically everything they're doing is working. First and goal, Los Angeles. Josh Newton checks into the game, and he will cover Quentin Johnston, the rookie out of TCU, 5th-round pick for Cincinnati. Herbert in the gun. Bengals bring pressure. Nobody's able to get home, but Herbert has to throw it away. And a late flag comes out, and it might be roughing the passer here. That's what the Los Angeles crowd wants. And that's what they're going to get. Golly. Be half the distance to the goal and an automatic first down. And oh, my goodness. Are we serious? Herbert with the flop of the century here. Just a slight shove from B.J. Hill after that ball was out. Herbert flops to the ground, gets rewarded for it. And free play essentially there by the Chargers. Half the distance to the goal, and now it is first down once again. Don't think Joe Burrow would have got that call, by the way, but also don't think he would have flopped, which I can respect. All right. Wing T here for Los Angeles. Play action. Firing over the middle. Passing complete. Nice coverage there by Von Bell. Second and goal coming up. A chance to get some momentum back. If you can force Los Angeles into a field goal here, that would feel like a massive win, especially after that poor penalty on B.J. Hill, that soft penalty on B.J. Hill. Second and goal, I formation for Los Angeles at the Cincinnati 2-yard line. The Bengals have a stop in them. They'll run it up the middle, close to the end zone, but I'm not so sure he got there, and they're going to mark him short. Third and goal from inside the 1 coming up for Los Angeles. Josh Tupou in on the stop for Cincinnati. Or Josh Tupou. Jay Tufele, excuse me. And they're taking another look at this. They are going to mark him short. Third and goal here from Los Angeles. And they will hand it off. And I don't know if he got there again that time either. And he's going to be short. Great job by the Cincinnati front. Getting a stop. Several guys in on the stop on that one. Jay Tufele along with B.J. Hill. Awesome job by the Bengals there. And it's going to be fourth and goal. And I would imagine Harbaugh is going to go for it here. And indeed, the Chargers are going to go. Bengals need to stop bad. I formation for Los Angeles. Fourth and goal inside the 1. I would expect somebody to call a timeout here, and they will. Harbaugh's going to burn his final timeout here with 4.5 minutes to go in the half. Critical play here, obviously. Fourth and goal coming up for the Chargers inside the Cincinnati 1-yard line. And Harbaugh definitely going to go for it here. Critical play here for this Bengals defense. If they can force this stop, obviously they're going to have to run the ball to get out if they get this stop, because their offense will take control of the ball from within their own 1-yard line. But regardless, obviously, if you cannot give up a touchdown here, you really feel like you are right back into things, and your defense can get a little bit of momentum. 4th and goal for the Chargers from the I formation. Inside the 1. The Cincinnati have a stop in them. Dobbins is the running back. The give is to Dobbins. Jumps into the end zone for a touchdown. He went vertical there, and he was able to score easily over the top for Los Angeles. It is 20-6. Extra point away from it being 21-6. And the Bengals are in a must-win game and now have a must-score drive on their hands. Need 7 points here with 4.5 minutes to go in the half. Some good fight there by Cincinnati. Felt like Los Angeles was going to score right there on 1st and goal. The Bengals fought, but ultimately still come up short. Here's the extra point, up and good. 21-6, Los Angeles. The Sky Warrior says, fire Lou Anarumo. This defense sucks. Well, there's not enough guys on the defense. There's just not. And I know I'm sure you guys are sick of me coming up here and backing the coaches, but there's not enough. The personnel on defense is not good. It's not good. You have Trey Hendrickson, that's it. Nobody can cover anybody. Nobody can apply pressure on the quarterback. Your linebackers that you paid, you thought they were really good. Logan Wilson appears to be a shell of himself. You don't have enough talent on the defense, so you've whiffed in the draft. Myles Murphy, again, has not done anything in this game. Chris Jenkins looks like a good player, so that's positive. They're on the interior for you, but you're also without Sheldon Rankins, who's a starter in this game. You lose him to illness, and you just don't have any depth. You have absolutely no depth on this football team. Imagine if Trey Hendrickson, he was questionable, by the way, for this game, dealing with a neck injury. And imagine if you lose him and he's not able to go out there and play football. Like, you'd be toast. You'd be absolutely toast. So I understand the frustration. If they were to fire Lou Anarumo, I wouldn't, hate it by any means. I think it's, when you're losing football games and you're supposed to be a good football team, people get fired. That's just kind of the harsh reality of this business. But I personally don't think it is 100% his fault. I just don't think he really has anything to work with as far as the personnel goes defensively. But completely understand your frustration, no doubt about that. Alex Knight says you need to replace the entire team and the coaching staff. I'm sure there's a lot of guys that need to be replaced. A lot of whiffs in the draft defensively. A lot of whiffs. The Dax Hill injury obviously kills you. He really was coming on, playing strong. DJ Turner's kind of let you down. Cam Taylor-Britt obviously has regressed. He's not been the player that you thought he was. You whiffed in free agency with Geno Stone. Von Bell looks to be a little too old. You signed Logan Wilson. Looks like now that was a mistake. Just don't have enough pieces defensively. But the recipe for Cincinnati getting back into this game is offensively, got to capitalize. That goes without saying. But you should feel confident about that. Despite the fact that this Chargers defense is elite, you've got Joe Burrow. You hope he can find a way to get some points on this board. But apart from that, it doesn't appear Cincinnati's stopping anybody anytime soon, so you're going to have to create some turnovers. And this has been a team that's really reliant on creating turnovers and a team that hasn't been very effective at creating turnovers. So we'll see if that changes. Don't expect Justin Herbert to be throwing you the ball anytime soon, but perhaps maybe you can punch something out or get something to go your way. But regardless, it starts with some points here on this drive for Cincinnati. All right, here we go. Burrow in the gun, 1st and 10 at his own 30. Chase Brown is the running back out to his left, and they will run it with Chase Brown right up the middle. Pickup of 6, maybe 7. Nice solid first down run from Chase Brown. Haven't seen that since the first drive of the ball game, so good sign there by Cincinnati on the ground. Eli said, anyone notice the only team in the AFC North that didn't spend a ton of cash on their franchise quarterback is Pittsburgh, and they're leading the division. Maybe something to pay attention to. Fair point, Eli, but Pittsburgh is not a threat in the playoffs because they don't have a quarterback. So it's working for them now, but I mean, to win big-time playoff games, you got to have somebody that has the guts and the ability to do that, and I don't think they have it. But I definitely don't have an issue with paying Joe Burrow, but obviously when you pay him, people you can't pay. And certainly there's ways to finagle the cap, push money down the road, which most teams do. Cincinnati does not do that for whatever reason. But don't think paying the quarterback is the issue, but you definitely wish you had more pieces on defense, which if you didn't pay the quarterback, you probably could. So fair point, but Cincinnati did the right thing in paying Joe Burrow. Burrow under center for the 2nd and 5 play, and he's running out of time. He's got to get rid of it, and he dumps it off. Luckily finds Jamar Chase. That was close. Tries to make a move. Nice tackle on the play by Los Angeles. And he's going to be short of a first down. It's going to be 3rd and 3. Type those threes for us into the comments section. Denzel Perryman with the tackle for Los Angeles. Does a nice job coming off his guy and tackling Jamar Chase in the open field, which obviously is no easy feat. That is an incredible play by Perryman. Could have been disaster there. Burrow held on to it a little too long once again. Nearly took the sack, but was able to get it out to Chase. But now it's 3rd and 3 for Cincinnati. 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go in the first half. Got to have it here. Chargers bring pressure, and Burrow goes down once again. He is sacked. And this game is completely getting away from the Cincinnati Bengals here on primetime on Sunday night. Tell you what, man. This is an elite Chargers defense. We knew this coming in, but Joe Burrow is having his worst game since week 1. Here in this game. I understand he's not getting a lot of time here, but that ball has got to come out of his hands. He's got to find something there, and instead takes another sack in this game. Beautiful job by Tyson Anderson on special teams with a tackle right at the 20-yard line. That's a guy that's been an elite football player for you in Tyson Anderson. Maybe we should just try him out on defense. It's a guy that can play safety. Let's throw him into the game and see what he can do, because all he does on special teams is make plays. All right, so 2.5 minutes to go here in the first half. The Bengals getting spanked 21-6, and the Chargers are going to get the ball to start the second half. So if you give up a touchdown here in the 2-minute drill, that might be all she wrote. They'll hand it to Dobbins here. Hendrickson makes the tackle, pick up a 3 there by J.K., the former Ohio State Buckeye. And the clock's going to continue to run here. The Chargers, by the way, don't have any timeouts. Susan says this is our season. Yep, it feels like the season is hanging in the balance right now. They need a miraculous comeback to stay alive, because this has been just a terrible performance, top to bottom. Herbert takes the snap with time, firing over the middle. Pass is caught. Pickup of about 10. Ladd McConkey with the reception. Of course, he's back in the game after getting that shoulder banged up pretty early on in the first quarter there. But that will take things down to the 2-minute warning. Bengals defense trying to get a stop here and at least give themselves some life as they go into halftime, down 21-6 as of now. Again, 2-minute warning. Bengals looking for a stop because the Chargers are going to get the ball to start the second half as well. Tay says, I'm so tired of this team. Yeah, it's been a frustrating year. It's a year that you came into with so much expectation, which is why it's so frustrating. Anytime you lose, it's frustrating. But there were some years with the Bengals where it was like, okay, this is probably not going to be a winning football team, right? But they came into this year and you had Super Bowl in your mind, conference championship on your mind, division title on your mind. And clearly that has not worked out that way for Cincinnati so far, and got a mountain to climb here in this game. $5 super chat from the Sky Warrior 2. Can someone please get fired? This team is far from their Super Bowl dreams. Yes, I would agree that clearly this team is not even close to being a Super Bowl team. As they're playing tonight, they're not even close to a playoff team, right? And when things like that happen in this league, people lose their jobs. Look, Zach Taylor's not getting fired. That's not happening. As much as everybody wants him to get fired, he's not going to get fired. But does he make a change on his staff to kind of show that, hey, we're not just going to run it back with the same guys we have? There's a couple of guys that I look to as to be potential firing candidates for this Bengals coaching staff. Frank Pollock's the first that comes to mind. Again, I feel like in this game, look, the Chargers pass rush is on Burrow quickly, but he's got to stop hanging on the ball. He's got to understand that, I got to get rid of this thing. And he has not done that so far tonight. But he's a guy that could potentially, lose his job. Lou Anarumo as the defensive coordinator, which, for the record, if Lou Anarumo gets fired, a team will pick him up as their DC like that immediately. But it might be time to make a change there as well, because can't just keep running it back with the same group. But as far as Zach Taylor getting fired, don't see that happening. Eli Bush with a $1 super chat. Appreciate you, Eli. This might be Eli's first time hanging out with us. I don't know if I've seen that name, but Eli's been in the chat all night long, and I appreciate you hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown. Eli means a lot. All right, coming out of the 2-minute warning here, Herbert is in the gun. 1st and 10 for Los Angeles. Bengals bring 4. Check that 5. Herbert firing towards the sideline. Pass is caught by Josh Palmer. Pickup of 12, another Chargers first down, and Palmer was able to get out of bounds, so only 5 seconds come off the clock, and the clock stops. Brought some pressure off the edge there by Mike Hilton, wasn't able to get home. Herbert takes the first down snap, launching deep, and he's just going to throw this one away. Herbert clearly didn't like what he saw there, just threw it out of bounds. To the Bengals sideline. Seeing Josh Newton get a ton of reps here tonight, and Cam Taylor-Britt is on the bench, and he is healthy, and he's got his helmet on, so we are seeing CTB get benched in this game in favor of the 5th-round rookie out of TCU, Josh Newton. Who would have thought coming into this season that Cam Taylor-Britt would be getting benched in football games? Supposed to be cornerback 1 for this football team. Not working out that way. They'll hand it off on 2nd and 10 to Dobbins. I would call a timeout here if I'm Zach Taylor. And the clock's continuing to run, and it doesn't look like Zach Taylor's going to call a timeout. It's 3rd down here. And he's going to let it run. Okay, so Zach Taylor has 2 timeouts. He's not going to use one prior to this 3rd down play. But the Bengals have an opportunity here to potentially get the ball back if they can get a stop. I personally would have called a timeout there. Zach Taylor does not. 3rd and 8 for Los Angeles. They'll have to snap it with 1 minute remaining in the half. There's the snap. Herbert's got it. And he's going to take off once again and run. Is anybody there to stop him? No, of course not. Herbert picks up the first down. Pickup of 12. Gets out of bounds. Clock stops. 57 seconds left in the half. First down, Los Angeles. The 3rd time tonight, Justin Herbert has decided to take off with his legs, and nobody has been there to account for him. Akeem Davis-Gaither, the linebacker, was just caught flat-footed there as he made a late break towards the Chargers quarterback. And Herbert's easily able to pick up that first down and get out of bounds. And all Joe Burrow can do is sit there and say, what in the world is going on there on the sidelines? 57 seconds. You give up a touchdown here, it's probably wraps for the game. Herbert takes the snap, and a little read option here, and he keeps it. And that was not successful. Now if you're Zach Taylor, do you use one? Or you just let it go? And yeah, he's just trying to survive here. He's just going to let it go. I don't blame him here in this situation. The Chargers don't have any timeouts. They have no way to stop the clock. And they're going to start to hurry things up here with 30 seconds to go in the half. And Herbert skips this one to McConkey, and the clock will stop. 3rd and 11 with 28 seconds to go. And there is a flag. I really hope this wouldn't be another late hit penalty on the Bengals. Oh, it's going to be roughing the passer. Once again, on Cincinnati, they're going to get Trey Hendrickson, the NFL sack leader here, coming off the edge, working on Rashawn Slater. Let's see if this was egregious or if this was another flop from Herbert. Yeah, I mean, that's tough. The ball's out, but I don't know if Hendrickson knows that that ball's out. He kind of drags him down by the shoulder pad there. Man, it's another unnecessary roughness, another roughing the passer on Cincinnati. Herbert firing across the middle, wide open man. First down, Los Angeles down to the Cincinnati 5-yard line. Clock is ticking. Herbert's calling for the spike. They got to hurry. 15 seconds to go in the half. Herbert under center, spikes the ball. 13 seconds to go in the half. 2nd and goal, Los Angeles at the Cincinnati 5-yard line. Justin Herbert's playing elite football here tonight for the Chargers. And Cincinnati's not making it easy on him. Josh Newton in coverage. Newton is into the game after Cam Taylor-Britt was benched, and Newton has been struggling as his replacement. Sack here would be critical because the Chargers can't stop the clock. Here's Herbert running out of time and just has to throw it away. Incomplete. 3rd and goal coming up for Los Angeles. 8 seconds to go in the half. Trey Hendrickson obviously frustrated after that roughing the passer call. It definitely was more of a roughing the passer than what B.J. Hill got flagged for earlier on, but still pretty soft. 3rd and goal. Herbert firing towards the end zone, incomplete, and they're going to flag Josh Newton. My goodness, this team can't catch a break. Pass interference on Josh Newton, the rookie out of TCU, in the end zone, so the ball will be placed at the 1-yard line, but there's only 4 seconds left. So will Harbaugh go for the knockout punch and try to score it here on the 1-yard line, or will he take the field goal here with 4 seconds? I don't think 4 seconds is enough time to throw this football and then kick the field goal on the subsequent play. I think you've got 1 play left if you're Los Angeles. And Newton just kind of boxes Palmer back out of bounds. And Dicker's going to come on and attempt a field goal here for Los Angeles. So Bengals kind of catch a break here. It's going to be a 19-yard attempt for Cameron Dicker. Kick is up, kick is good. And that'll do it for the first half. But the Bengals are able to sort of survive that drive and only give up a field goal. It is 24-6. The Bengals are down 18 points going into half. And they don't get the ball to start the second half. Zach Taylor says that the Bengals just need to find a way to get a stop. Find a way to get a stop and get a little bit of momentum going. And obviously can't have those 3 and outs offensively, but you're giving up way too many big plays on defense. I really hope. Here's a chance. Chargers get the ball here to start the first half, go down, score a touchdown. It's 31-6. You're done at that point. But if you can find a way to get a stop and then get a score, and it's 24-13, you're right back into it. So obviously the first couple of minutes of the third quarter are going to be critical in determining what the outcome of this football game is. But you have to have an answer for the quarterback run on this first drive coming out of the third quarter. 3 times in this game, you've been in a good spot defensively in terms of getting off the field on third down, and Justin Herbert's taken off with his legs and has killed you. You have to have somebody that is keeping an eye on that. So, a full-time spy, I wouldn't say that. Now, it's a tough game that Lou Anarumo is trying to play battle because, if you have somebody that's going to spy the quarterback, that's obviously somebody that can't be in coverage on a receiver or tight end. And the Bengals don't have anybody that can cover really well, so that extra guy in coverage certainly is beneficial, especially when you can't rush the passer. So, they've got all kinds of problems defensively, but look, if you're just not going to account for the quarterback, he's just going to take off with his legs every single time and do damage that way. So I think at some point early on here, you're going to have to take a risk, whether it means sending all-out pressure or just, putting Josh Newton on an island and just crossing your fingers that he can, hold his own. But regardless, you got to switch something up defense. You got to be – you're down 24-6. You got to be aggressive, and it can be borderline reckless at this point. Maybe not on this first drive, but from there you got to do something crazy. You got to do something reckless. And that's just kind of where Cincinnati's at right now. Cycling through some stats here. Get your grades, by the way, for the Bengals and their performance here in this first half in the comment section. A, B, C, D, or F. Let us know. Emiliano says we need somebody to fire our defense up. They aren't motivated. That could potentially be true. Emiliano could potentially be true. But I just think the pieces that you have are not good enough from a personnel perspective. You've whiffed on draft picks on the defensive side of the ball. You've whiffed on free agents on the defensive side of the ball, most notably your safeties. And it just hasn't been good enough. And frankly, it hasn't been close to being good enough. Angel is frustrated with the officiating. Yeah, I understand that as well. It doesn't seem like the Bengals can even catch a break here. Obviously, all the penalties in this game have gone in favor of Los Angeles. But, look, even if those calls didn't happen, the Bengals are still getting spanked in this game. It's definitely a reason to still be frustrated. I understand it, but they would still be getting dominated. It's not like the officials are really dictating the result of this game so far. Tay says, hire Mike Zimmer. He wouldn't let this type of stuff slide. Obviously, Zimmer had an incredible run here in Cincinnati, but you look at what he's doing in Dallas, it's basically what's going on here. Not doing a lot of covering anybody, not making any plays. So bringing Zim back, I don't think is going to fix your issues, to be honest. Randy says it's over, folks. Yeah, let me just real quickly. I've been told I'm a little overly optimistic with the Bengals, and maybe that's true. I think 9 wins probably get you in, though. Bengals have, 4 right now. If you lose this one, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I don't know if you're dead, but you need to go on a run. You definitely got to beat Pittsburgh, and look, I don't know if that's going to happen. If this Chargers front's getting after you, putting Joe Burrow on the ground, granted, great Chargers defense, but Pittsburgh's front is just a totally different animal. So I don't know. We'll see, but feels like their season definitely is hanging in the balance. Absolutely no doubt about that. Flyboy says Burrow and Chase continue to get older with this trash team. Yeah, I think as far as their careers go, it's too early to hit the panic button on, we're going to lose their prime and not be able to win. There's still plenty more years of their prime. From an off-season perspective, obviously, priority one's getting the Chase deal done, locking him up for the long term. Guy's an all-time type of player, all-time type of talent. at that wide receiver position. So that's priority number one for you in the offseason. But as far as them wasting Joe Burrow's prime, they're off to a bad start. I would say that much. They're definitely off to a bad start as far as his prime goes. But hopefully he's the quarterback here for a long time, and he can continue playing at this level. But if the Bengals don't get one, I'm talking about one of these. Whoop, not that. One of these. By the time, throughout his career, that would be a massive, massive loss because the guy is just too talented. But I also think this is the worst game he's played since week 1. So he's got to wake up here in the second half, but also he needs his defense to get a stop. 2 subs away from 13,000 subscribers here on Bengals Breakdown. 2 more subs, and I don't have to watch the Super Bowl. At the 13K, I would have to rewatch the Super Bowl, and if we get 2 more subscribers, not going to have to do that. So let's see. We'll just hang out right here on the sub count until we get it. Boom! There it is. 13,000 subscribers here at Bengals Breakdown. Really appreciate all of you guys that hit that sub button here tonight. That's a pretty big milestone for us, hitting that 13K mark. So really appreciate you guys for all of helping us out, hitting that sub button, helping us grow our community here at Bengals Breakdown. I believe since I started here, that is now 5,000 subscribers that we have added. So that's a pretty good start over a span of a few months. So really appreciate all you guys hitting that sub button. Again, we're going to be live for all of the Bengals games, even if they continue to get blown out. Here we will be live after the bye when they are taking on Pittsburgh in what will be a massive game. By that time, I'll probably have talked myself into thinking that the Bengals still have a chance. It's hard not to when you take a look at the AFC. That last wildcard spot really is totally wide open. But, look, with this defense, you're not beating anybody. And I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if they're able to get anything going here in the second half. But this defense looks a lot worse than they did last week. And I think it's the Sheldon Rankins. Losing him is a big part of that. That's another thing. You just have no depth on this defense. Mentioned it a little bit earlier on. If Trey Hendrickson, the guy that was questionable coming into this game, if he's not able to play, if he's not playing right now, it might be, or I guess the Chargers have scored on every possession but one. But if Trey Hendrickson wasn't there, they probably would have scored on that possession as well. So it'd probably be 31-6. But yeah, you don't have enough depth, you don't have enough personnel, and it's frustrating. That's a big reason as to where you are here in Week 11. Let's see here as we keep taking a look at some of these comments. Emiliano says we need Brad Holmes from Detroit. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's not something that is going to happen. But I understand the frustration in Lou. I understand the frustration in Lou. All I can tell you is that if he gets fired, he will 100% be a defensive coordinator within a couple of weeks of him getting fired here in Cincinnati. I don't believe he's the issue. He's got to be better. And I would have liked to have seen some more improvement throughout the course of 11 weeks of football that we haven't seen from Anarumo. But I think if you're looking to blame someone more specifically, you're looking at the front office in regards to letting guys go that you could have kept. Like, there's this notion that, they paid Joe Burrow so they couldn't keep Jesse Bates. Jesse Bates is the first name that comes to mind, an elite player that you let go that wanted to be here that is no longer here. There's ways to prevent that from happening. You see teams do it all the time. They push that money down into the future, and the salary cap, of course, is going to continue to go up every single year. Saying, you paid Burrow, you had to lose Jesse Bates. No, you could have kept Jesse Bates. And if Jesse Bates was on this defense, I understand he's just one player, but they would be a heck of a lot better. I don't know if you guys have watched any Atlanta Falcons football this year or last year, but Jesse Bates is an absolute stud, and he flies around there, he makes plays, and he creates turnovers, something that Cincinnati, by the way, is going to have to do defensively if they hope to get back in this game. They're going to have to create turnovers at some point. And they're going to have to be a lead on fourth down as well because, 24-6, you don't feel good about the Chargers not scoring points here on this first drive. You're going to be going for it on fourth down pretty much the rest of this game. So it's up to Joe Burrow to make sure he's holding on or not holding on to the football, not taking sacks, I get he doesn't have all day back there, but he's got to get rid of the ball, and he cannot be taking sacks.
Box score only says there's been 3 sacks, but it sure does feel like 5 or 6, man.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, he's definitely not had the time that he would like, but also I think the sacks have created so much negative plays that if he were able to just throw that ball away and kind of live to fight another down, maybe you're in a bit of a better spot. And that's something usually he toes the line pretty well in terms of extending and taking that risk of taking a sack or being smart and getting rid of the football. He usually toes that line pretty well. I feel like so far tonight probably could have done a lot better job of that. Chase Brown, taking a look at these numbers, 9 carries, 29 yards. I liked how you started in the run game, but at this point, going through our keys to victory, he said had to have success on the ground. Well, you're down 24-6, so you can't really sit there, and at least until you're back into this game, sit there and try to run the football. So, unfortunately, that ship has kind of sailed here, getting spanked by 18 points, but I don't know. I would expect the Bengals' run game to be limited here in the second half, and I'm afraid Zach Taylor and Dan Pitcher really don't have much of a choice, especially if your defense can't get their stuff together and create a few stops here. But ultimately, if they can't create any stops, you're obviously not going to win because you're already down 18. So we'll see, but disappointed, to say the least. Disappointed.
You got to think, too, they've been inside the red zone at least twice, and then they were inside the 35 another time. Got backed up by penalties and sacks there, too. So you've been inside the 35 3 times. Yep,
no doubt about that. And you had opportunities there in the beginning of the game to score touchdowns. And in the moment, you're sitting there like, we had the lead, right? Remember, we were up 3-0. That was great. And then, you were down 7-6. It was like, oh, we're still there. But when you have those opportunities, even if it is one of your first drives of the game, you got to find ways to execute because it comes back to bite you when you're playing against a good team when your defense isn't good. And, look, things turned on the Bengals quickly there because the Bengals moved the ball down the field, kicked the field goal. You're like, all right, the offense is humming. This Jesse Minter defense, they're good, but we're going to be able to move the ball just fine. Then your defense goes out there, gets a 3 and out, and you're like, oh, my goodness, it's a party. We're going to, we're going to be able to go out there and win this game. And then really, ever since the first couple of minutes of this football game, it hasn't gone your way, and it's been really tough for you. So we'll see. It all starts with a stop right here. Evan McPherson prepared to boot it away for Cincinnati. Prime says get Higgins more involved. I want to see number 1 get more involved as well. But if Joe Burrow is getting drilled every play, doesn't give him much of an opportunity to get anybody involved. All right, it will be a touchback. Chargers will start it out here at the 30-yard line. Got to get a stop. Got to force a turnover at some point. That is our Super Chat menu, by the way. $5 gets you into that Bluetooth speaker that we're going to be raffling off. $73 in Super Chat revenue to this point. Let's get to 100 here in the next couple of minutes of game action. That's a goal for us. Get to that $100 mark in Super Chats. Again, going to be giving away a Bengals Bluetooth speaker at the end of our stream. I formation here for Los Angeles. Herbert, play action with time. Firing. Pass is caught by his running back, J.K. Dobbins. Nice tackle in the open field by Jermaine Pratt. Pickup of 3. 2nd and 7 coming up. So that was solid there. It's crazy how much different, just as somebody that likes watching football, crazy how much different these two offenses are, Zach Taylor's and Harbaugh's, or Greg Roman's, I should say. Just totally different. You see Herbert under center for the majority of this game. We'll go back in the gun here on 2nd and 7, but so much play action, old school football from under center from this Los Angeles team. Here comes a man in motion. Herbert takes the snap, play action. Bengals bring some pressure. Nice job by Trey Hendrickson. Tried to set up a screen there to the tight end. Hendrickson sniffed that one out, was able to get around Joe Alt, the rookie, and got his hand on that football as the ball clatters to the surface there. Incomplete. 3rd and 7 coming up. Type in those 3s for us here in the comments section. You get a stop here, you have life. It's not much life, but it's a little bit of life here if you can get a stop. Get off the field on 3rd down. Come on, Lou. Dial me up something. Do not let Justin Herbert run for this first down, I swear to goodness. Herbert in the gun. Bengals showing pressure. Will they bring it? They nearly jumped. They may have jumped. No flag. Herbert going deep down the sideline. Incomplete. Nice job on the play by Josh Newton. The rookie out of TCU stays in for Cam Taylor-Britt at that cornerback position, was matched up one-on-one with Quentin Johnston, and that might be the best play of his career so far. Beautiful PBU from 28. I thought for a moment there Chris Jenkins Jr. jumped off sides and the Chargers were going to have a free play there, but no flag came out. Cincinnati does their job, forces a 3-and-out, and here we go. Irwin gets taken all the way back to his own 5. Is able to make something out of nothing, though. Get past the 20. That's Trenton Irwin's best punt return of the season. Nice job by T.I. Bengals could have been starting deep in their own territory, but he was able to make something out of nothing there. Get past the 20. Nice return there by Trenton Irwin. Three and out from Bengals defense. Oh, my goodness. I didn't know that was possible. I didn't know that could potentially happen. I didn't know that was a thing. How about that? Of course, Trey Hendrickson had to make a play, right? Because if he wasn't out there, no plays would be made. But regardless, Bengals get the ball. Burrow in the gun. Firing over the middle. Dropped by Jamar Chase. Right on the shmoney by Joe Burrow. Hit Uno right in the hands, and he was too busy looking upfield. Didn't try to reel in that football. 2nd and 10. Can't have those kinds of mistakes. You got to play a nearly flawless second half here, and that is just right at the 1 in his jersey, and he drops it. Would have been a pickup of 8. May have even got the first down as well. Instead, it's 2nd and 10 for Cincinnati. Burrow in empty. Got to get something going here on this drive. Need a first down at least. Burrow takes the snap and just throws it away. Just kind of dumped it off there. I guess Chase Brown was the closest guy to him. Some pressure there from Los Angeles. And it's going to be 3rd and 10 for this Bengals offense. Golly. Tell you what, this Chargers defense has Joe Burrow a little perplexed here. Nobody was open, but just had to throw it down. We have not seen Joe Burrow like this since week 1. 3rd and 10. What do we have here? Burrow takes the snap. Here comes pressure from Los Angeles. Burrow firing, and his man falls down. Any flag? No flag. Gesicki falls down on the route. Looked like he pretty obviously got held there as Burrow is gingerly walking off the field. So that's not ideal. Some pressure off the edge there. Amarius Mims did a decent job of holding up, but Burrow gets drilled there. A bit slow getting up. Oh, man. Well, the optimism was short-lived as here's Ryan Rico to punt it away for Cincinnati. Monster punt, though, by Rico. Oh, my goodness. Backs the Chargers up all the way to their 8-yard line, and they're going to get tackled at the 14, but there is a flag. It's a block in the back by Los Angeles. So beautiful job by Ryan Rico as he flips the field here. The Chargers are going to be backed up deep. And is that on Cincinnati? And it looks like this is actually going to be a foul in Cincinnati. Is that too many men on the field? Too many men on the field. Or ineligible man downfield. Okay, so that's a little bit better here. Yeah. On a punt? Ineligible man downfield on a punt? Yeah, I don't know, but Cincinnati finding all kinds of creative ways to come up with penalties here. So Ryan Rico just had a bomb, but now he's going to be forced to punt it again. And it'll be 4th and 15. Let's see if Rico's got another good boot in him. Oh, man, this game has been a disaster. An absolute disaster. A-Wall says that was roughing and PI. Yeah, I think some quarterbacks definitely would have got roughing on that play as well. I don't have a problem with it not being roughing, but considering what Herbert's gotten today, I do have a problem with it. Here's Rico. Back once again to attempt the punt after the penalty on the previous punt. Let's see what he's got on this one. Another quality one from Rico. But it will be returned out past the 30 for Los Angeles, cutting upfield out to the 40. Beautiful return there by the Chargers. Darius Davis on the return for Los Angeles, all the way out to their own 40-yard line. So short field coming up here for Justin Herbert. Let's see if this Bengals defense can get another 3 and out. I don't know. I feel like that may have been the best we see the rest of this half, but we'll see. Yeah, Prime says defense got to keep it going. Absolutely. Braden says time to rebuild the defense and beef up the offensive line. But too bad the Bengals are too cheap to make big moves, since he will be lucky to keep Chase next season. Yeah, look, the pessimism, I get it. I absolutely get it. The frustration, I get it. New pin poll, by the way. Chris getting that fired up for us. Can the Bengals come back? Let's just kind of gauge the optimism here in the chat, as we got about 1,000 people locked in with us here at Bengals Breakdown. 440 likes, by the way. See if we can't get that up to 500 sooner rather than later. Also, $73 in Super Chats. Looking to hit that $100 mark. Remember, we are giving away a raffle. Or we are raffling away a Bengals Bluetooth speaker. So $5 Super Chat gets you into that raffle. Make sure you get those in. Right now, Marvin Williford is the clear-cut leader, clear-cut favorite as far as bringing that speaker home. But continue to like that video for us here at Bengals Breakdown. Going for 500 likes at 443 right now. Keep hitting that thumbs up icon for us. Something you should do for all of our videos here at Bengals Breakdown. We certainly appreciate all you guys that have liked the video so far. Susan says, nice job, well done. I appreciate it, Susan. Says we can't help the Bengals defense didn't show up. Yeah, it's frustrating, but I do appreciate the kind words, Susan. You've been hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown, and we certainly appreciate it. All right, Herbert and the Chargers offense back out on the field. They're in the pistol. What does Cincinnati have in store? Here's Gus Edwards. Nice job by Cincinnati there on first down. Pickup of 1. Joseph Osai actually does something and makes a tackle, so that's good. There you go, Joseph. Second down coming up. And also keep in mind here, Chargers have a 24-6 lead. So even if they're not able to continue to add points here, they're going to be taking things really slow, methodical, chewing that clock, trying to run the football. Let's see what Cincinnati can do here. 2nd and 9, ball at the Los Angeles 42. Here's Herbert firing over the middle. Pass incomplete once again. Or actually this time it was Cam Taylor-Britt who came back into the game. I believe that was 29 here. We'll take another look. I don't believe that was Josh Newton. I think Cam Taylor-Britt was back into the game at that cornerback position. But regardless, errant throw by Herbert. 3rd and 9 coming up. Type in those threes for us in the comments section. No way Cincinnati can go back-to-back 3 and outs on defense, can they? 3rd and 9. Type in those threes for us at the Los Angeles 42-yard line. Bengals showing pressure. They bring some pressure. Not able to get home. Herbert fires. Wide open man. Ladd McConkey caught into Cincinnati territory down at the Bengals 40-yard line. I am not sure what the heck that was from the Bengals front because they brought pressure late. Like, I mean, what are you doing that? If you're going to bring pressure, bring the pressure. They kind of just sag off, and then at the last minute they tried to send guys. And look, a team that struggles to get anybody on the pass and any pass rush on the quarterback. Head scratcher. There's Mike Hilton, though, gets a tackle for a loss there. J.K. Dobbins gets dropped in the backfield. It'll be a loss of 5. Nice play by Hilton coming up out of that nickel spot, who just got spun like a top on the previous play by Ladd McConkey. So a good bounce back there by Hilton. 2nd and 13 here for Los Angeles. Eleven and a half minutes to go here in the third quarter. Bengals need a turnover, need a stop, need something. Herbert in the gun. Here comes a man in motion. Herbert takes the snap. Bengals bring 4. Hendrickson can't get home. Pass dumped off to Disley, who makes a man miss before he's tackled by Geno Stone. But another third down coming up for the Bengals. Type in those threes for us in the comment section. Bengals are 1 of 2 in terms of getting off the field on third down in this half. Can they make it 2 out of 3? Third and 6. Ball at the Cincinnati Bengals 35-yard line. Would be a 52-yard field goal here from Los Angeles, barring no additional yardage. Dobbins out to Herbert's right. Emotions. Herbert takes the snap. Bengals bring 4. Herbert lofting down the sideline. Incomplete. Great job by the Bengals in coverage. I believe that was Josh Newton once again. Actually, that time it was DJ Turner for Cincinnati, who steps up. Yep, there he is, number 20. Herbert wanted Quentin Johnston. Nice job by DJ Turner, getting himself a PBU. What will Harbaugh do here? Will he attempt a 52-yard field goal with Cameron Dicker? He will. Critical kick here. Bengals can get a little momentum here if Dicker's able to misfire on this long field goal. They'll actually call it 53 yards. And the Bengals catch a break here. Dicker, the kick is up, and it just hooks in. I thought that one was going to finish right. It started right, and then it was just ended up being a beautiful draw there back through the uprights for Cameron Dicker. But stays a 3-possession game. Cincinnati down 21. Need to score. So, look, to be honest with you, defensively, if you would have said the Chargers are going to possess the ball twice to start the third quarter and the Bengals are going to give up 3 points, I would have said, we'll take it. Like obviously, at some point, they're going to have to start giving up 0 points if the Bengals want to get back into this. But for now, we'll take it. So, there's some positives there. Got off the field on 2 third downs so far in this half. So maybe that's a step in the right direction. Now the onus turns towards the offense. Absolutely have to get something going. Joe Burrow needs to wake up. Joe Burrow seems like he is out of it right now, and he needs to step up and make a play and not do something silly. Again, that Bengals first drive of the second half resulted in a punt. Jamar Chase, first down, right through the wickets, just absolutely dropped it. Inexcusable play. Rest of the way, you want to get back in this football game, you got to be just about flawless offensively. Something this team has the ability to do, by the way. Something we've seen this team do several times this year, by the way. So something's got to step up and got to do it really well against this Jesse Minter-led defense. Braden says, just tank the rest of the season, it's over. You're never going to tank when Joe Burrow's your quarterback. Simple as that. Prime says Chase got to stop holding butter. Yeah, that was, like I said, got to be just about flawless here in the second half. And you started out with your best player dropping an easy catch that was right on the money from Burrow. So, just my thoughts. Says this defense is garbage. Okay, yep, good to see you have picked up on that as well. Yep, good call there. Adam Scott says, I've been saying tank since 4 and 5. Okay. It's premature. Loretta says Zach Taylor is a piece of work. Yep, definitely frustrating to see this team down 27-6. No doubt about that. Ooh, Flyboy says Travis Hunter would look good in orange with stripes. You're not lying about that, but even if the Bengals lose out, they're not going to be able to pick him, unfortunately. All right, here's the punt, and it will be a touchback. And here comes Joey Burrow and the Bengals offense. Got to get something going here. Make something happen. Take a shot down the field. Don't take a sack. Don't take a sack. Offensive line, let's see you step up. See you block somebody. Joe Burrow does not look like himself here, but it is not like Joe Burrow to give up. We're going to find out if he's going to give up or not here on this drive. Burrow under center here, and they're going to run it with Chase Brown, who cuts it up the middle and picks up 3, maybe 4. And unfortunately, at some point, you kind of had to at least run it once or twice here, because if you're just going to pass it on every down, the defense is just going to pin their ears back, and Joe Burrow's already been getting teed off on. So still here in the third quarter with 10 minutes to go. Don't mind an occasional couple runs here, but need points on this drive, and actually don't need points. You need 6 points. Need a touchdown. Burrow takes the snap. Protection holds up. Burrow taking a shot deep down the field. Just misses his man, Jermaine Burton, who looks like he had a step on the DB. It'll be interesting to see if Burton slowed down his route here, because typically Joe Burrow doesn't miss like that. We saw Burton and Burrow not connect a couple of times on Thursday night against Baltimore. And no, so Burrow just missed him. Good route there by Jermaine Burton. And Burrow had him for a touchdown, and usually that's the throw he makes, but he misfired on that one. 3rd and 6 coming up here for Cincinnati. Burrow takes the snap. Here comes pressure from Los Angeles. Bengals pick it up. Back shoulder. Pass is caught by T. Higgins. May have dropped, but there is a flag. It's going to be against Los Angeles. I think the Bengals are finally going to catch a break here and get a flag. T. Higgins may have caught that, by the way. It was just a back shoulder play there to Higgins along the sideline. Nice throw there by Burrow. Going to be illegal contact on the defense. The penalty is declined. Beautiful job by T. Higgins hauling that football in. Burrow's old teammate can't believe it. And Christian Fulton, who, by the way, was questionable to play in this game with a hamstring injury. The reason I said it that way is I thought maybe that ball popped out, but the Bengals are going to get a snap off here. Chase Brown up the middle. Makes a couple guys miss. There goes Chase Brown down the sideline. 15. Out of bounds. First down, Cincinnati. Beautiful run there by Chase Brown, his longest of the night. 27-yard gain for Chase Brown. First down, Cincinnati. The Bengals finally have something going here offensively. Into Los Angeles territory. It's like a bowling ball there, just bouncing off some would-be tacklers. Nice job there. Into the Prize Picks red zone. Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap. Firing to the end zone. Oh, nearly caught by T. Higgins. Pops out at the last moment. Good coverage on the play by Los Angeles. Once again, it was Christian Fulton. And that was a dimer there by Joe Burrow. T. Higgins probably could have hauled this one in, but good job by Fulton there, not giving up on the play there for Los Angeles. Regardless, it is incomplete. 2nd and 10 coming up at the Los Angeles 16. Burrow in the gun. Firing. Pass is caught by T. Higgins. How in the world did he haul that one in? Pass was behind Higgins, an errant throw there by Burrow, and somehow T was able to reel it in. And how in the world did he do that? Oh, it was deflected by the linebacker and just went right back into the lap of T. Higgins. So the Bengals catch a break there. Ball bounces their way, and it's going to be 3rd and inches here for Cincinnati. Obviously, 2-down territory. Field goal not going to do anything for you. Burrow in the gun. Here comes Sample in motion. They'll hand it off to Chase Brown. It's going to be close. Depends where his knee went down. Looks like they're going to give him a favorable spot here, and it will be 1st and goal for Cincinnati. 8 minutes to go in the third quarter. Bengals down 21 points. Need a touchdown here just to have a chance in heck to get back into this game. Burrow in the gun. Burrow takes the snap. Firing. Incomplete. Wanted Higgins in the end zone. And it looks like another flag. Looks to be PI in the end zone, which would place the ball at the 1-yard line and give Cincinnati a 1st and goal from the 1. And, yep, very clearly a defensive hold there. And Cincinnati's going to be in a good spot here to potentially score. It was not defensive pass interference, so the ball is not at the 1. It is instead at the 3. Half a distance to the goal. 1st and goal, Cincinnati. Burrow in the gun. They'll run it up the middle with Chase Brown, and he will lose 2 yards on the play. TFL there by Tier Tart. 2nd and goal coming up for Cincinnati. Got to find a way to get into the end zone here. And, yeah, that's just Alex Kappa getting murdered there up front. Not able to do anything productive there, and it results in a loss of 3 by Chase Brown. Burrow takes the snap and runs out of time, gets hit, gets it off to his tight end, Drew Sample, who's going to lose 3 more yards. 3rd and goal coming up from the 9. Talked about how great this Bengals team has been in the red zone, and that has not been the case at all tonight. We saw it in the first half, all the issues, first quarter in particular, and we're seeing it here, their first opportunity in the third quarter. 6.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Bengals down 21. 3rd and goal from the 9-yard line. Two downs to get into the end zone. Burrow takes the snap. Fires. Pass is caught by Chase Brown, who gets blasted at the 5-yard line, so they get about half. Respect that call there from Taylor, just trying to get half of it, make it a little bit more easy for you here on 4th and goal. Here is the ball game for Cincinnati, essentially. 4th and goal from the 5. Bengals down 21. Sunday Night Football at SoFi Stadium. What does Joey Burrow have here on 4th down? Have not called Jamar Chase's name at all on this drive. Here comes all the pressure and touchdown, Jamar Chase. There he is. 0 pressure from Jesse Minter. And that was a funny celebration there by Jamar. And Burrow recognized it immediately, as he always does, and hit Chase on the slant in the end zone for the touchdown. Just a complete brain fart by Jesse Minter. That's the one thing you don't do to Joey Burrow there, is send all-out pressure. And that's exactly what he did. And Joe Burrow said, thank you very much. I'm going to hit Uno over the middle for the tutty. And Cincinnati stays alive, down 15. Chris brings up a good point. There's potential you could go for 2 here if you really want to get into the analytics side of things. I've never been that kind of guy. Yeah, but I feel like you've seen teams do it down 15 just to get it to 13. But does not look like the Bengals are going to go for 2 as they go to break here. We're going to get an extra point. Coming up here from Evan McPherson, Dan Smith says love your stream, man. Appreciate it, Dan. Very nice of you hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown. Really means a lot. Also says such a dramatic season. Really is. It's kind of the way it is with the Cincinnati Bengals, for better or for worse. It is always very dramatic. Jill, I appreciate the kind words as well. Another loyal viewer of what we're doing here at Bengals Breakdown, so appreciate all you guys for that. That was great. That was great to see from Burrow. Again, Jesse Minter has been excellent all game. He's been awesome. And there in that situation, you choose to zero Joe Burrow. All-out pressure on 4th and goal. That's not something you do that to that guy if you're a defense. He's going to beat you every time. So, great job by the Bengals getting some points on the board. But now the focus shifts back to the defense. This is what happens when you find yourself in these massive holes. You need to be pretty much flawless the rest of the game. So, Cincinnati's got to find a way to get off the field defensively again, which, by the way, they've been playing good defense here in the second half. It's just a matter of if they can keep that up, they can get off the field, and if they could even produce a turnover, that obviously would be critical as well. Willie J. He says, now we have hope. Appreciate the slip-up Minter. Exactly. What's he doing there, Bill? Setting an all-out pressure on Joe Burrow. I mean, what are we doing? Topher says, Stone, always fun to be here with Weekly Now. The defense needs to keep the momentum. Appreciate you hanging out, Topher, as always. Yeah, let's keep something going here if we are this Bengals defense. Really have liked what we've seen from this Bengals defense the first 2 drives, but really need to do a nice job of eliminating Justin Herbert's ability to run the football. That's what he was able to do at such a high level in the first half, is when the Bengals had everything covered, he would just take off, and the Bengals had no answer for Justin Herbert, and it resulted in several big plays for Los Angeles. So hopefully the Bengals can avoid that from happening here as we go forward with the rest of this third quarter. Here's Evan McPherson to attempt the extra point for Cincinnati. High snap. Rico does a nice job of getting it down, and McPherson splits the uprates. 27-13 Los Angeles. Bengals down 14. Finally, into the end zone. How about that? Topher says, let's see what we do here. Yep. Interested to see what this Bengals defense has. Again, you got to be aggressive here if you're Anarumo. You got to send some pressure, right? You've struggled to get home when you send pressure. But, again, you got to mix some things up. You got to be really aggressive. You got to be borderline reckless here. Still down 2 scores, and your defense kind of on life support, right? Especially after that performance in the first half. See if this team can find a way to get in. Once again, appreciate all of the subscribers we have gotten tonight. Hitting that 13K mark really means a lot to us here at Bengals Breakdown. Would have had to rewatch the Super Bowl from a couple of seasons ago if we didn't hit that 13K mark here on today's show. So appreciate all you guys for hitting that sub button. We will be live for the remainder of this Bengals season, regardless of the result here tonight. We will be live for the remainder of the Bengals games this year with our watch parties. Got about 1,200 people in here hanging out with us right now. Make sure you hit that thumbs up icon if you haven't done so already. 10 away from 500 likes. Always going for that 50-50 ratio between likes and viewers. All right, here's Herbert under center as they go back to the play-action game. Herbert fires, nearly intercepted. Pass is incomplete. Nice job by DJ Turner with the PBU. Akeem Davis-Gaither was there at that linebacker position, nearly got a hand on it. Herbert was able just to get it over his outstretched arm, but DJ Turner was there for the PBU, 2nd and 10, coming up for Los Angeles. Starting to see some more incompletions from Justin Herbert, which obviously took a while before we saw one of those. I believe he was a perfect 9 for 9 to start this game, and luckily he has cooled off a little bit. Here's 2nd and 10. They will do another play action here, and a nice job by the Bengals getting a hand on it at the line of scrimmage, knocking down the Justin Herbert pass. Jay Tufele, who's filling in at that defensive tackle position for Cincinnati, with Sheldon Rankins being out with an illness here. Great job by 97 getting his hands up, knocking that ball down. Pass intended for Josh Palmer. Here's 3rd and 10 for Los Angeles. Type in those threes for us in the comments section. Can Cincinnati get off the field and get the ball back into Joe Burrow's hands? Here comes Quentin Johnston in motion. Bengals bring some pressure. Not able to get home. Herbert still has it. Boom! There's a hit. Massive hit by Joseph Osai. Drops Justin Herbert well behind the line of scrimmage. And this Bengals defense steps up and once again gets off the field. And this puppy's not over yet. And a great job by Cincinnati there, as it looked like Logan Wilson was just kind of watching Justin Herbert there, the quarterback. Again, we talked about in the first half how Herbert was able to use his legs, and it absolutely killed Cincinnati in spaces where they had an opportunity to get off the field. It looked like Logan Wilson really was just keeping an eye on the quarterback, almost as a spy there. And that prevented Herbert from escaping the pocket. Hendrickson wasn't able to get home originally there on the sack, but his buddies were able to get home behind him. Joseph Osai drops Herbert well beyond the line of scrimmage. And there's still plenty of time left in this game. Cincinnati down 14, but still 4.5 minutes to go here in the third quarter. And Joe Burrow is about to retake the field.
They're going to get the ball at the 52. That was a terrible punt.
Terrible punt. Terrible punt. Great call there by Chris. A borderline shank there by the Chargers punter. And prime field position coming up. J.K. Scott. Yeah, was it just a shanker? Chris? I saw it. It had a weird flight to it, and it was...
Yeah, I don't know if somebody got a hand on it or not.
Yeah.
It was a bad punt either way. Set you up nice here to make it a one-score game.
Yep, still plenty of time. And your defense looks like a totally different defense here in the second half. I think now we have a bit of a sample size to work off of. 3 possessions for Los Angeles offensively, and 2 3-and-outs that the Bengals have forced. The Chargers' second drive, they were able to go down and get a field goal, but still had some really nice plays on that drive as well. So don't want to obviously jinx anything or celebrate too soon, but it appears as though Cincinnati's made some adjustments at the half, mixing some things up. I believe that was Logan Wilson kind of in a spy situation there, something we talked about, the Bengals, adjusting and preventing those runs from Justin Herbert. So like what we see from Cincinnati defensively through a couple of drives here in the second half. Now, we talked about leading up to the game, kind of with our pregame show, how important it was going to be for Cincinnati to at least get something out of the run game. And when you were sitting there down 27-6, it was kind of tough to just, stick to the run, right? But as you get closer and closer back into this game, the run game is going to continue to become more important. So, Bengals, as Chris pointed out, are going to have optimal field position here after the bad punt from Scott. I think you're in a spot where you can try to run the ball a few times here on this drive. Maybe open up some things downfield for you. But I tell you what, the play-action game from Los Angeles has been phenomenal, particularly in the first half. You don't see much of that from Cincinnati with Joe Burrow under center. Potentially something that could get worked in as we go down the line. But Burrow, back where he usually is here in the gun. Ball is at midfield. Burrow takes the snap. Has some time, is going to dump it off to his running back, Chase Brown. Tries to make a move on the linebacker and does. Able to get some positive yardage out of that first down play. They'll give him 3, 2nd and 7 coming up for Cincinnati. That's also something that's going to be really critical throughout the remainder of this game. Yeah, it feels like you need to pretty much play flawless as you continue here with this game. But also you got to avoid those negative plays, right? Can't be taking any sacks if you're Joe Burrow. If you're in a spot where you're running out of time, throw it away, throw it at somebody's feet. or just dump it off to your back, obviously, if that's an opportunity as well. But can't take any sacks here as we go down the stretch. Clock is ticking, 3 minutes, 50 seconds to go in the third quarter. Burrow in the gun. Cincinnati has it in Los Angeles territory. They are going to run it with Chase Brown, who's got some space. Solid second down run from Chase Brown, picks up 5. It's going to be 3rd and 2 here for Cincinnati. Type those threes for us into the comment section. Very much 4-down territory here for Cincinnati, so you're looking at 2 plays to get 2 yards if you're Zach Taylor, Dan Pitcher in the Cincinnati offense. Christian Fulton has been phenomenal for Los Angeles in this game, number 7. Former teammate of Burrow and Chase at LSU. Will they pick on him here? Burrow alone in the gun. Takes the snap. Here comes some pressure for Los Angeles. You wanted Jermaine Burton on a little out route at the sticks. Burton not able to hang on. Good coverage on the play by the linebacker. Or excuse me, was that Eli Apple? I think that was Eli Apple, which is absolutely hilarious if that was true. First time I've said that name in a while. I could be totally wrong, but that might have just been Eli Apple. Bengals legend, but also an idiot. Burrow in the gun. 4th and 2. Here we go. 5 seconds to go on the shot clock, and Burrow's going to have to burn a timeout. So not ideal. Down 14 and having to burn a timeout with 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. Ideally, you want to be able to hang on to those timeouts for a late game situation, right? If you find yourself in a spot where you're working around the 2-minute warning and you need to get the ball back in order to tie the game or take the lead, you would like to have all 3 timeouts in that situation, but this 4th down is pretty critical for Cincinnati here in this game. In Chargers territory, got to make a play. Somebody's got to make a play. I think you're definitely throwing the football here, putting the ball in Burrow's hands, trying to get it into the hands of one of your playmakers. I'm either looking at 1 or I'm looking at 5 here if I'm Zach Taylor. Jermaine Burton's got some targets in this game, but really hasn't been able to do anything for you. Fourth and 2 at the Los Angeles 42. Bengals down 27-13 on Sunday Night Football. Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap. Here comes some pressure for Los Angeles. Burrow wants it all. Firing to the end zone. Wide open. T. Higgins. Touchdown, Cincinnati. Oh, my goodness. 4th and 2. Zach Taylor calls a shot to the end zone. And T. Higgins takes the top off Jesse Minter's defense. Touchdown, Bengals. And we're an extra point away from this puppy being 27-20. The Bengals are right back in it on Sunday night. My goodness. What a gutsy play call there by Zach Taylor. And Joey Burrow dropped a dime right to T. Higgins. Oh, and just absolutely cooks his man. And that's the beauty of having T. Higgins back, right? Having 2 guys that can just take the top off your defense. Obviously, Chase can do that. Here's the extra point from McPherson. It's good. It's 27-20. We right back in this thing, by the way. Get those who-days in the comment section. Michael Easterwood says, see what good defense can lead to. Yeah. Defense is balling here in this second half. And the Bengals are getting right back into this thing. Hit Prize Picks here, Chris. Yeah. Touchdown, Bengals. 27-20, and the Bengals are right back in this. Let's see how this defense can do. How about that? While we have a moment here, do want to give a shout-out to our friends over at Prize Picks, because they are the sponsor of today's live stream watch party. Look, Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 100 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. You can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with as little as 4 correct picks. Prize Picks is the best way to get action on sports in over 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. Prize Picks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, so your lineups stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks keeps your lineup live. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. Join over 10 million users and sign up today. They also invented the Flex Play. This is our Flex Play here that we put together at Chat Sports for tomorrow's contest. Got the less than on the Cooper Rush passing yards, got the more than on Joe Mixon rushing yards. Of course, former Cincinnati Bengal having a phenomenal season in Houston, as well as the more than on Rico Dowdle receiving yards tomorrow night for Dallas. Essentially, what this means, you can still cash out on your lineup if it isn't perfect. You can double your money even if one of your picks doesn't hit. So download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Again, download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. It's PrizePicks. Run your game. All right, Cincinnati right back into this thing. Zach Taylor said at the half, just need the defense to get some stops, stop giving up those big explosive plays, right? Think about how many chunk plays Los Angeles had there in that first half. I mean, there was a couple of those drives where it was 3 or 4 plays, touchdown. And haven't seen that from Cincinnati defensively. We've had some guys step up in coverage. Got kind of a 2-corner system there with Newton and CTB. We'll keep an eye on that. What exactly is going on there? Newton, of course, 5th-round rookie out of TCU, who had a really solid PBU to start the third quarter. Got beat a couple of times in the first half, so we'll see how that goes. DJ Turner, of course, just recently had a solid PBU as well. So some guys stepping up, making plays defensively, and that's really allowed Cincinnati to get back in this game. As now is a one-possession game just like that. How about that? And it's not even the fourth quarter. All right, here we go. Herbert under center, and they'll go to the I formation here. They will pitch it to Dobbins. Cuts it back up the middle. Nice job by Miles Murphy. Is there to greet him at the line of scrimmage. Makes the tackle. Pickup of 0 for Dobbins on first down. 2nd and 10 coming up for Los Angeles. Second and 10. 2 minutes, 20 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Herbert in the gun. Bengals bring 4. Screen pass. Bad throw by Herbert, but still caught. His guy makes a move up the middle. And it'll be a pickup of about 6 or 7. Nice job by Darius Davis. Able to haul in that ball from Herbert. I mean, he threw that about 100 miles per hour behind him. Really athletic play there by Davis, who we've called his name a few times. Has made some plays for this Los Angeles team in this game. 3rd and 4. Bengals showing pressure. Can they get off the field once again? They bring 4. They'll continue to spy Herbert, who fires, and he's got his man McConkey, who beat Hilton. Big pickup there on 3rd down by Los Angeles. And they'll move the sticks here. Just a beautiful route there by McConkey. Man. Thought about maybe perhaps bringing some pressure there if you're Cincinnati. They didn't do it. Looked like they did still have the spy on Herbert, preventing him from running. Ultimately, Hilton gets beat by McConkey. Beautiful route by him. Here's play action. Herbert wants it all, firing down the sideline. Great PBU once again by DJ Turner. In coverage against Quentin Johnston. He's going to be slow getting up here, as it looked like he landed directly on his back. Pretty good throw there by Herbert, but an outstanding job by DJ Turner II. Going up in the air, batting that away with his right hand, and saving a massive play there by the Chargers. And he's going to be slow getting up here, as I mentioned, but hopefully just a situation where you got the wind knocked out of him. Again, he essentially was full extension trying to deflect that football and then went down to the ground and landed pretty hard there. So hopefully he's going to be all right. Turner's made some big plays for Cincinnati here in the second half, and a big reason they've been able to hang around in this football game. So they'll go to break. Hopefully G.J. Turner is okay. I want to remind you guys about our Super Chat menu here on Bengals Breakdown. $5 get you into our Bengals Bluetooth speaker that we're going to be raffling off here at the end of our stream. $5 get you into that. Still only $73 in Super Chat revenue. Hopefully we can get that up to $100 as quickly as possible. But $5 gets you into that raffle. $10 is the candy toss. So that's two entries into the speaker raffle. And then we'll do a candy toss. Chris will throw me a gummy bear. And if I'm not able to catch it, that'll be an additional entry for you into our speaker raffle. $20 gets you into our Jungle Club 2.0. Going to be giving away a full-sized Bengals helmet at some point before the end of the year. So make sure you get in a $20 Super Chat if you want to have an opportunity to take home a full-sized Bengals helmet. Also, I want to remind you guys to like today's video if you have not done so already. Approaching 600 likes here on the show. And got about 1,400 people hanging out with us here on Bengals Breakdown. So try to get those like numbers up. Be pretty cool if we could get this the most liked watch party that we have done here at Bengals Breakdown. So keep hitting that thumbs up icon for us. I think if we can get like over 850, that'll do it for us. I know 900 certainly would break that record for us at 564 right now. So invite everybody to hit that thumbs up icon if you're just circling by here, joining us here at Bengals Breakdown. 2nd and 10 for Los Angeles into Cincinnati territory. They're going to run it here with Dobbins. Nice job. Oh, Dobbins breaks the tackle and cuts it upfield. What a run by J.K. Dobbins. The rookie Chris Jenkins Jr. had him dead to rights at the line of scrimmage. Looked like it was going to be a pickup of nothing. Looked like it was going to be 3rd and 10 coming up. But J.K. Dobbins somehow was able to get out of that tackle. My goodness, what a run by Dobbins. And that's brutal. If you're Cincinnati, that is absolutely brutal. And I believe that's going to take us to the end of the third quarter in Los Angeles. 10 seconds to go. No reason for Los Angeles to snap a football here. And that'll do it for 3 quarters of this game. But Cincinnati does their job in the third quarter. Gets right back into it. Wins the third quarter 14-0. And as it stands right now, we've got a 1-possession ball game on our hands here. Primetime Sunday Night Football. Get those 4s in the comments for us of today's video. Spam those 4s for us because it is the fourth quarter. And Cincinnati is hanging on. Trying to get back into this game. Trying to tie this football game. Trying to get a lead. Trying to get a victory here on Sunday Night Football. Got a $5 Super Chat in from Michael Easterwood. I love the optimism here from Michael. He says, we can do this. Critical that the Bengals at worst, give up a field goal here. After the 2 touchdowns you scored, you're not dead if you give up a touchdown here, but 30-20 or 27-20, you feel like you got all types of life. So love the optimism, Michael. Thanks for hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown, as you always do for all of our live stream watch parties. Certainly appreciate it. And another $5 Super Chat from Scott C. Just sending in $5, and that'll get you, of course, a raffle ticket into our speaker raffle that we're going to be giving away here at the end of our show. So appreciate the $5 Super Chat, Scott C. Thanks for your support. It means a lot. And that gets us up to $83 in Super Chat revenues. Hopefully we can hit that $100 mark here in due time. 596 likes right now on our stream, 4 away from hitting that 600 mark. 1,400 people hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown. Help us out. Hit that thumbs up icon if you have not done so already. Really just allows us to continue to provide you guys Bengals coverage. Continues to allow us the opportunity to do these live stream watch parties. And there we go, 601 likes on today's video. Certainly appreciate that from everybody that helped us out and liked today's video for us. Still have not seen a turnover in this football game. And that's something that really could put Cincinnati over the top. You know, Justin Herbert's been pretty locked in all night. Certainly hasn't been as good in the second half as he was in the first. But as far as him throwing you one, seems kind of unlikely. But if you can punch one out, perhaps get a bounce to go your way, that puts you right in a good position to really be able to get back into this game. So the Chargers are moving the ball right now, well into Cincinnati territory after an incredible run by J.K. Dobbins, who was able to escape the attempted tackle from rookie Chris Jenkins, pick up a big first down for Los Angeles. Here's play action from Herbert. He's on the move once again. This time he's going to take off. Mike Hilton just gets tried. There's the ball. The ball is out. Picked up by Cincinnati. Headed back the other way. It's Geno Stone who has it. We will see if Herbert was down. The Los Angeles sideline says he was down. Geno Stone. And it's first down Cincinnati. The ruling on the field is a fumble by the Chargers. Right on cue, talking about turnovers here as we take another look at this. Oh, that ball's out. That ball is out. Logan Wilson, I see you, boy. Mike Hilton takes one for the team here as he gets absolutely trucked by Justin Herbert and was just talking about the ball bouncing Cincinnati's way, and Logan Wilson was somehow able to hit that with his knee. Obviously unintentional, but that ball is out. Herbert can't believe it, and Cincinnati has an opportunity here to go down the field and tie this football game after trailing at half 27-6. My goodness. First turnover by Justin Herbert since week 2. How about that? Logan Wilson, I see you. Burrow and empty. Got to capitalize. Got to go get points. Burrow takes the snap. Here comes pressure from Los Angeles. Burrow steps up. Not able to go. Oh, he does get away. Burrow's away. Throws it downfield. Pass is caught by Chase Brown. Makes a move down the sideline. First down and more for Cincinnati. There is a flag on the play. Oh, that was Joe Shiesty right there. How in the world did he get out of that? We'll see what this flag is. We thinking this is holding on Cincinnati, Chris, or what?
Doesn't look like anybody on the Bengals was moving downfield, so I assume it's on the Bengals.
Okay, we do have an injury here by Los Angeles.
But I would love a defensive holding here. The amount of time Joe Burrow had to run around and scramble.
Right. Here's the call. Yep, and it's going to be on Los Angeles. Illegal use of hands to the face by Christian Fulton on his high school teammate and college teammate Jamar Chase. And this is just unbelievable by Joe Burrow. How in the world did he get away from this? Very nearly a face mask. Wasn't able to somehow get away. And I was thinking run, but no, he finds his running back. Great catch, by the way, by a running back in Chase Brown. And that is elite quarterbacking there by Joe Burrow. That is something to behold. Beautiful catch by Chase Brown. And is able to break some tackles and get down the sideline as well. This team is not dead yet, folks. This team is not dead yet. Pick up a 34 on first down after the Herbert fumble. Into Los Angeles territory at the Los Angeles 37. Here's Burrow, delayed handoff to Chase Brown, who's got space. Another first down by Cincinnati, pickup of 11. There is another flag here on this play, and we'll see if this one is coming back or if this too is against the Los Angeles Chargers here. What a turn of events here in Cincinnati, or here in Los Angeles. We're in Cincinnati, they're in Los Angeles. Turn of events nonetheless. All right, holding on Cincinnati. There was actually 2 holdings on the play. They're going to call the one on Cordell Volson. Not sure who the other one was on. It was 60, the other one? Regardless, it will back up Cincinnati 10 yards. So the 11-yard pickup from Chase Brown is revoked. And the Bengals are backed up. It's going to be 1st and 18 at the Los Angeles 45. Burrow in the gun. Quick pass, Jamar Chase. It's 1 block. Able to pick up about 4 or 5. Okay, so decent, productive. Not a negative play. It'll be about 2nd and 13, 2nd and 14 for the Bengals. Cincinnati has dominated this second half to this point after getting dominated in the first half. For all you new people filing in, make sure you hit that sub button if you haven't already. Hit our goal of getting to 13,000 subscribers, but we got about 1,600 people in here watching with us right now. Here's Burrow in the gun. Here comes T. Higgins in motion. 2nd and 13 for Cincinnati. Burrow takes the snap. Chargers bring 4. Burrow steps up in the pocket, finds his tight end Drew Sample, who keeps the legs moving and drags Derwin James for a couple of extra yards. It's going to be 3rd manageable here for Cincinnati. 13 minutes to go in this football game. Type those threes for us in the comment section. Joe Burrow and the Bengals offense going quick here. Quick snap. Burrow on 3rd and 4. Trying to extend. Oh, Bosa nearly brings him down. Burrow shimmies out of it. Throws it. Oh, caught by Chase Brown. Into the Chargers red zone. 1st down, Cincinnati. There is a flag. More just miraculous behavior and play and performance from Joe Burrow as he somehow was able to escape the grasp of Joey Bosa and once again find his running back deep down the field for a 1st down. And Joe Burrow knew there was too many guys on the field and was able to pick up that penalty. Unbelievable job. Unbelievable awareness by Burrow. I was wondering why they were going so fast. Burrow recognized that they had too many guys out there, was able to get the snap off, knew it was a free play, and was able to get away from the grasp of Joey Bosa. I tell you what, I was kind of hard on Joe Burrow here in the first half, but he has been outstanding here in the second half. This looks like the best quarterback in the National Football League. Into the Prize Picks red zone. 1st and 10 at the Los Angeles 18. Burrow dumps it off once again to his running back Chase Brown, who appeared to fumble it out of bounds, but they're going to rule it incomplete. Don't believe he made a football move. Was hit pretty much immediately as the ball touched his hands. So it does fall to the ground for an incompletion. 2nd and 10 coming up. Chase Brown, of course, 2nd year back out of Illinois, was a 2023 5th-round draft pick by Cincinnati and has really turned into a solid player for this Bengals football team. Bengals go empty here. Burrow all by his lonesome in the backfield. Takes the snap. Has time. Good job by the offensive line. Burrow directing traffic. Fires towards the end zone. Pass is caught. Jamar Chase. Touchdown Cincinnati. And the Bengals have come all the way back and are an extra point away from tying up this game on Sunday Night Football. Oh my goodness. The cardiac cats strike once again. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. That's why you don't quit on this team. They're too much fun. They got too many skill guys, too many weapons, and too much fight, too. We've seen Joe Burrow do this multiple times this year. Just find his buddy Jamar and just try to lead him with some hand motions, direct Jamar to the left side of the end zone, and just threw one up as he took a massive shot, by the way, something that it always seems to happen. Here's the extra point from McPherson. It is up, and it is good, and we are all tied up. 21 unanswered points by the Cincinnati Bengals. 27 all in Los Angeles. In Inglewood, California at SoFi Stadium. How about that? Right back into it. All right, now I guess we need to check in on the chat here. Where are all the haters at? All the people ready to tank for the season. Let's see how everybody's doing in the chat here. Money Jaguar 96 says he put money on Jamar to score 2 touchdowns. Way to hit that. That's elite. Good stuff. Gigglesaurus says don't mess with Houday Nation. Roland says Burrow best pure quarterback in the NFL. I tell you what he's done in this second half. And keep in mind the Bengals punted. They went 3 and out and punted on their first possession of the second half. And they still have been able to put all this together. Last 3 drives have resulted in 3 touchdowns for Cincinnati. Keep hitting that sub button, folks. Approaching that 13.1 subscriber mark. Appreciate all you guys for helping us hit our 13K number. That was our goal coming in. 663 likes, it looks like right now. We check on this 655, now 663, as we're up to about 1,600 people in here watching, hanging out with us. Would appreciate it if you could all hit that like button. I think we're in a good position here where we can try to make this the most liked watch party that we have done so far. I think we need to get probably 900 in order for that to happen. And still plenty of game here and plenty of opportunity to do that. So at 672 right now. Like the stream for us if you haven't already. And if you're new to Bengals Breakdown, we're going to be doing this for every single Bengals game, regardless of the result of this game. Going forward, we will be live for the remainder of Bengals games. So don't miss out on any of our coverage, any of our live stream watch parties. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/BengalsTV. Pretty much always live about an hour before kick. This is what we did tonight. Got my guy Chris Daughtry hanging out with us tonight, producing for us, which we certainly appreciate. Haven't had a producer in a long time, a couple of months it feels like. And definitely makes it easier on me and makes it a lot more fun to have a producer as well. So certainly appreciate Chris hanging out with us tonight. Now we are over that 700 like mark. Keep hitting that thumbs up icon at 707. I mean, shoot, can we mess around and get to 1,000 likes? That'd be pretty historic here at Bengals Breakdown if we were able to pull that off. All right, so now all of a sudden things change as far as strategy and game plan for both of these two teams. The Bengals are not in a spot where they need to be reckless anymore. It's a tie game. It's a brand new game, 12 minutes left. They're not in a spot where they need to just go for it on every 4th down. Now all of a sudden you're playing a different type of game. Will be interesting to see just how aggressive Zach Taylor is offensively and Lou Anarumo is defensively going forward throughout the remainder of this game. Here's play action here from Herbert. Bengals bring pressure, not able to get home. Oh, dime from Herbert finds his man for a pickup of 12. Josh Newton there in coverage. Josh Palmer hauls it in for a 12-yard pickup, 1st down Los Angeles. Bengals brought some pressure there, weren't able to get home. It's always an awful feeling when you're sitting there watching, you see him bring the pressure and you see him not get home when you're dealing with an elite quarterback. You're like, it's probably going to result in the completion. Good coverage there by the rookie, 5th-round pick, but better throw, better catch there by Herbert and Palmer. And there is a Bengal that is shaken up here on the play. 12:09 remaining here in the 4th quarter. Zach Taylor's going to come out and check on his player. Haven't gotten a number yet, so not exactly sure who is down.
You got to think the Chargers here. In the first half, they were really cooking you through the air. And then the first couple of drives here for the Chargers in the second half, they really kind of tried to milk the clock and run the ball a lot. And then last drive, they went back to the pass, started going right back down the field, and then they had the fumble. So you got to think they're going to keep passing the ball. Yeah,
no doubt. I think definitely it's safe to say Los Angeles kind of took their foot off the gas a little bit
At least
to
in
start.
The third.
Oh yeah, to start the second half, and that's not something you want to do against Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase because they are never out of the football game. Got to give a lot of credit to Zach Taylor. Whatever he said at halftime clearly worked. And also, let's keep in mind, as I just mentioned, But offensively, you go 3 and out your first drive of the third quarter as well. But somehow they were able to keep the morale up, keep the morale high, stay optimistic. Obviously, you had some crucial conversions there on that first touchdown that you were able to get to really kind of just break the ice, right? And obviously on that 4th and goal situation, Minter decides to bring all-out pressure. Easy throw and catch for Burrow and Chase. And from there, you've kind of just had it going ever since. You were able to create that turnover that really kind of spun things in the right direction for you as well. So definitely some critical plays have been made here. But it's all about getting the job done, all about finishing, right? We talked about that, right? That was one of our keys for Cincinnati. I said at the beginning, I was like, this game is going to be close at the end. Look, I didn't anticipate it being 27-6 and then being close. I thought it was going to be close the whole time. But regardless, it's going to be close at the end, and it's all about finishing. Here, if you're the Cincinnati Bengals, when the Bengals were going on their runs, when they were going to the Super Bowl, when they were going to the AFC Championship, they were a football team that once they had you, they got you, and they finished you. And we haven't seen that so far this year. Those 2 games against Baltimore had opportunities late in that game to finish. Couldn't do it. Go back to week 2 against Kansas City. Had opportunities to win that game and couldn't. Right now, don't be surprised if an opportunity comes your way to finish this football game. Hasn't happened yet, clearly, because it's tied. But if Los Angeles makes another mistake, has another turnover, that's your sign to go out there and finish this football game, and we'll see exactly what happens. DJ Turner is out with a clavicle. Okay, so I did not realize that. So I would imagine CTB has come back into the game at that corner spot. B.J. Hill was the Bengal that was beat up. So some serious injuries here for Cincinnati. Hill is off the field. Here's the snap. Herbert takes it. Bengals bring 4. Herbert firing down the sideline. Errant throw there by Justin Herbert. Great coverage by Mike Hilton. 2nd and 10 coming up for Los Angeles. So the Bengals dealing with some injuries here. Cam Taylor-Britt is now full-time back into the game with DJ Turner being out with that clavicle injury. So it's the rookie Josh Newton and Cam Taylor-Britt as your cornerbacks here. Be interested to see what Lou Anarumo's doing from the interior. Yep, okay, we got McKinley Jackson. You got your 2 rookies in at the defensive tackle spots. Your 2nd-round pick, Chris Jenkins. Your 3rd-round pick, McKinley Jackson, stepping in for the injured B.J. Hill. Here's Herbert, takes the snap. Bengals bring 4. Deflected at the line of scrimmage. Trey Hendrickson had a baby. The ball's still alive. Didn't hear a whistle as it looked like, I guess, that was a backwards pass. So that was a free ball. Los Angeles was able to recover it. I thought it was an incompletion and was a forward pass. Let's take a look at this again. Just an unbelievable job by Trey Hendrickson. This guy's just an elite football player working on Rashawn Slater. Yeah, to me that looked like a forward pass. It would be better for the Bengals if it wasn't, because it was recovered by Los Angeles behind the line of scrimmage. So it would give them a couple of extra yards to work with here on this 3rd down. But to me, it looked like a forward pass, but we'll see. Regardless, it's 3rd down. Type those 3s for us in the comment section. 3rd and 10 coming up for Los Angeles. So they are going to call it a forward pass. Herbert in the gun. Can the Bengals defense get off the field? They're showing some pressure here. Geno Stone acting like he's coming from that safety spot, and Trey Hendrickson jumps off sides. Golly. Hendrickson saying it was on Los Angeles, and it wasn't. Dang, that is just a critical mistake there by Trey Hendrickson. Had an opportunity there, 3rd and long. The Bengals just got a little bit too antsy there. They clearly were bringing pressure. It looked like they were going to send Geno Stone and or Jordan Battle. Yeah, they were sending both of them. And Hendrickson just gets an early start there. And they're going to cut this in half. It's going to be 3rd and 5 here for Los Angeles. Still an opportunity for Cincinnati to get off the field. 27-27. 12 minutes to go. 3rd and 5, L.A. Their own 47-yard line. Will the Bengals bring pressure once again? They don't. Herbert firing over the middle, incomplete. Pass intended for Quentin Johnston. Jordan Battle was there in coverage. Looked like Herbert just kind of missed him. I think he had his man Johnston there for the taking, but was not able to put it on him. And the Bengals are going to force another punt and have an opportunity to take the lead. Oh my goodness. And if you're Quentin Johnston, you got to reel that ball, it was a little bit away from his body, but did hit his fingertips. The Bengals coming after this punt. Luckily, they don't run into the punter. That would have been very frustrating. And Trenton Irwin's going to call for the fair catch at his own 14-yard line. And here comes Burrow and the Bengals offense looking to take their first lead in this game since it was 3-0 in the first quarter. Got about 1,800 people hanging out with us right now. Make sure you hit that sub button if you haven't already. Doing these live watch parties every single week. Also, hit that thumbs up icon for us. We are approaching 800 likes. Let's go for 1,000. That's the goal. We're going for 1,000 right now. 1,000 likes on today's stream. That would be awesome, and that would certainly break all of our records here at Bengals Breakdown. Here's Burrow in the gun. Chase Brown is the running back out to his right. They are going to run it with Brown, who runs to the left and picks up a solid pickup on first down, about 5 yards there by Chase Brown, who's really kind of been a Swiss Army knife for you in this football game, and really in recent weeks as well, is really a threat coming out of the backfield as a pass catcher. And I think the Bengals have really been pleased with his development as a pass blocker as well, because you're seeing him out there on the football field for pretty much all of these offensive snaps. Really a solid young player in Chase Brown. 2nd and 7. Burrow takes the snap, firing on an out route. He's got T. Higgins, first down, Cincinnati. Type those ones for us into the comments section. Pickup of about 10. T. Higgins looks like he's playing through some pain. Did hurt that back a little bit earlier on in the first half of this game after he took a pretty massive shot. Of course, has missed the past couple of games with a quad injury. But a beautiful out route there to the Bengals sideline. Burrow puts it right on the money. T. Higgins with the strong hands there, able to reel it in, and Higgins is over 100 yards on the game, 118 and a tud, 7 receptions. Welcome back, T. Higgins. Here's the first down run with Chase Brown. Nice run by the Bengals' second-year back. Picks up 9 on first down, 2nd and short coming up. Bengals going back to that run game here late in the game. And we talked about leading up to this game that this Chargers defense is elite, but there is some ability to run the football on these guys. We saw it at the beginning stage of this game. We didn't really see it throughout the middle. Bengals going back to the run game here late in a tie game, 27-all. Clock continues to run. 10 minutes to go here in Inglewood, California. The Bengals trying to complete an improbable comeback. Burrow takes the snap. Firing deep down the sideline. Oh, into traffic. It's picked. Stupid decision there by Joe Burrow. There is a flag on the play, so we will check the marker. Tried to force it down the field to Yoshi, who was double covered. And Burrow is shaken up. And it's roughing the passer. Joe Burrow gets a roughing the passer call. How about that? Automatic first down, Cincinnati. We'll take another look at this and see how bad he got hit. As he lets it go and drives him into the ground, hits his head, very clearly roughing the passer here. So finally, Joe Burrow gets a call. How about that? Finally. We saw Herbert get a couple of roughing the passer calls in the first half. Chargers were able to execute, take advantage of them. Burrow finally gets one here after the several that did not get called last week on Thursday night against Baltimore. 1st and 10, Cincinnati at midfield. Here comes Chase in motion. They're going to run it here with Chase Brown, who makes a move behind the line of scrimmage, makes a guy miss. Great job by Chase Brown. Only picked up 2 yards there, but it looked like it was going to be a 2 or 3 yard loss. He was able to make a man miss in the backfield, make it a positive play here for Cincinnati. It's those little plays like that you kind of got to bookmark and file away and understand that's a winning football play there by Chase Brown. Bosa had him in the backfield. He was able to shake him, get a couple of yards, keep things moving forward here. 2nd and 9 for Cincinnati. Clock continues to run. 9 minutes to go here in this football game. Cincinnati has it in Los Angeles territory. Burrow takes the snap. Here comes pressure from Los Angeles. Got to get rid of it if you're Burrow. And does a nice job of getting rid of it. Did have a receiver in the area. Great job by Burrow. Khalil Herbert was the man in the area. First time we've called his name tonight. So Joe Burrow escapes disaster there. If he would have taken a sack, that would have been a 10, 15-yard loss. And you're essentially getting ready to punt the ball away, despite it only being 3rd down. But great job by Burrow. Gets rid of the ball at the last possible moment. Great job. 3rd and 9 for Cincinnati. What Zach Taylor got dialed up here. Burrow, an empty. Takes the snap. Chargers bring some pressure. They're going to possibly get home. Burrow's going to take off with his legs. He's got space. First down, Joey Burrow. He signals first down inside the Chargers' 35-yard line. How about that? The first time tonight, Joe Burrow uses his legs and picks up a first down. We saw Justin Herbert do it throughout the first half. Joey Burrow does it here in the fourth quarter. First down, Bengals. Type in those ones. Oh, Joe Burrow's locked in. Joe Burrow's locked in. Oh, my goodness. 815 likes. Keep hitting that thumbs up icon for us. 1st and 10, Cincinnati. The Los Angeles 34. They're going to run it here with Chase Brown. Solid pickup on first down. Looked like he got maybe 4 or 5 on that. Positive run. Get you in 2nd and medium. 3rd and medium, 3rd and short. Keep the chains moving. Positive plays. That's what we're looking for here. Bengals also eating a good chunk of clock. Still plenty of time left in this game. 8 minutes left. But a touchdown here would go a very long way for Cincinnati. Again, the Bengals were down 27-6, and it is now 27-all with 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go. 2nd and 6. Burrow takes the snap. Fires. Dangerous pass. Wanted his tight end, Drew Sample, just in the flat there. Luckily falls to the ground for an incompletion. It's going to be 3rd and 6 here for Cincinnati. Keep in mind, the Bengals have been hesitant to send Evan McPherson out for long field goals in previous weeks. McPherson's hit a couple of chip shots tonight. He's been perfect on all of his extra points. What will Zach Taylor do in this situation if the Bengals do not convert this 3rd down? At the Chargers' 30-yard line would be a 47-yard attempt from McPherson if the Bengals don't get any additional yardage. Here's the snap. Chargers only bring 3. Burrow firing. He wanted chase. Incomplete. Pretty good coverage on the play there by Los Angeles. It looked like Burrow maybe could have picked that up with his legs, but never a bad idea throwing it to Jamar Chase. And Evan McPherson, Money Mac, is going to get sent out onto the football field here with 7.5 minutes to go, looking to give the Bengals their first lead since it was 3-0 in the first quarter. Really good coverage on the play there by Los Angeles. Not much Jamar Chase could do about that. It'll be a 48-yard attempt for Evan McPherson, looking to give Cincinnati the lead. Cal Adamitis will snap it. Ryan Rico will hold it. The snap, the hold, the kick. Oh, no! Wide left. He misfired. The operation was rushed. The Bengals snapped it with 1 second left on the play clock, and it just looked like the whole thing was rushed. The snap was good. The hold was good, and it was just a little bit left. No good, Evan McPherson. Oh, that's sickening. You got to keep fighting. Got to keep fighting here if you're Cincinnati. Got to keep fighting. Got to trust him again if it comes to it as well. Come on, Evan. Defense back out on the field. They'll run it here with Dobbins, who makes a spin move, dragging Bengals defenders. Solid pickup on first down here. That's another thing to keep in mind. Obviously, when you're attempting a long-ish field goal like that, only 48 yards, so not a long field goal as far as NFL standards go. But good field position here for Los Angeles. 7 minutes to go in this game. Bengals have 2 timeouts. Los Angeles has all 3. Very much life here. The first bit of adversity the Bengals have faced here in this second half. Missed field goal by Evan McPherson wide left. Does the defense have another stop in them? They've been flawless here in the second half. And they get J.K. Dobbins behind the line of scrimmage. Loss of 3. 3rd down coming up. How about those youngsters up front? Chris Jenkins Jr., McKinley Jackson, B.J. Hill, by the way, back in this football game. up to 855 likes. We can definitely get to 1,000. Got 2,100 people in here hanging out with us at Bengals Breakdown. Sunday Night Football, 3rd and 4. Type those threes for us in the comments section. Anarumo showing pressure. Here they come. Can Battle get there? Not quite. Herbert firing. Pass is caught. A sliding Josh Palmer makes the reception, but there is a flag in the backfield, and it appears to be in the landing zone of a potential holding call. Harbaugh rolls his eyes. Looks like this one's coming back, and it is. Holding on the left tackle, Rashawn Slater. An incredible young player for this Chargers team, but holds Trey Hendrickson here on a critical 3rd down, and the Chargers are getting backed up. Very blatant hold there on Hendrickson. Jordan Battle nearly able to get the sack there on Justin Herbert there, coming off that safety position, a little safety blitz there. Not quite able to get home. And Trey Hendrickson letting Los Angeles know that that penalty is on them. Can't do that. It's cheating. Can't hold them like that. 3rd and 14. Type those threes for us. A little prevent defense here from Cincinnati. We'll see how many they rush. Looks like they're only bringing 3. They do bring 3. Herbert with time, firing towards the sticks. Oh, dropped! A potential opportunity there for Ladd McConkey, but the throw from Herbert was too high upstairs. Would have been a 1st down for Los Angeles, but instead, the Bengals defense once again gets off the football field, and Joe Burrow going to have an opportunity here to take the lead for Cincinnati. Oh my goodness, Herbert had him, but McConkey, his small stature just simply wasn't enough to be able to climb the ladder and make that catch. Too small. Here's J.K. Scott, who does have a shank earlier in this game. This one's a good one, though. Trenton Irwin is back to receive. He will return it. Hold on to that ball, T.I. Hold on to that ball. Takes it out past the 20 and takes a massive shot. Oh, my goodness. Trenton Irwin gets absolutely lit up, but holds on to the football, and Cincinnati's going to be coming back out on the field, have it at the 20. Once again, looking to take a lead. Who would have thought that we would have such a good game here on Sunday Night Football after the way in which it started for Cincinnati? My goodness. Plenty of excitement to come, so make sure you stick around here on Bengals Breakdown. 5.5 minutes to go, but first, I want to give a shout out to our friends over at Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 100 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. You can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with as little as 4 correct picks. Prize Picks is the best way to get action on sports in over 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. Prize Picks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, so your lineups stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks keeps your lineup live. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. Join over 10 million users and sign up today. They also invented the Flex Play. This is what some of us here at Chat Sports put together as far as our Flex Play slate. Wow. Flex Play slate goes for tomorrow's Monday night game between the Cowboys and the Texans, going with the less than on the Cooper Rush passing yards, as well as the more than on Joe Mixon rushing yards, former Bengal, of course, and the more than on the Rico Dowdle pass receiving yards as well. So essentially, you can still cash out if your lineup isn't perfect when you use that flex play option. You can double your money even if one of your picks doesn't hit. So download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Again, download the app, use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. It's Prize Picks. Run your game. All right, got about 2,100 people here hanging out with us at Bengals Breakdown. 1 like away from 900. There we go, 905. Let's try to get to 1,000 here. Got plenty of time. 5.5 minutes to go. Let's get to 1,000 likes here on the stream. All right, Joe Burrow and the Bengals offense take the field once again. Also, Once again, looking to take a lead in this game. Haven't done that since it was 3-0. Burrow takes the snap, fires over the middle. Didn't look like T. Higgins was expecting that. Put his hands up at the last moment. Was able to reel it in and pick up additional yardage. Looks like it's going to be about a half yard short of a first down, though. Second and short coming up. I am trusting Evan McPherson again. If you're in a situation where you're attempting another long field goal, I'm sending him back out. The whole operation was rushed. Got to be better about that next time. Kickers, they don't like to be rushed. And that operation was rushed. They snapped it with 1 second to go on the play clock. Got to make it, though. Not making excuses for him. 2nd and 1 here. With Zach Taylor got dialed up here. Burrow takes the snap. Hands it to Chase Brown. Picks up 2 yards for a first down for Cincinnati.
Inside 5 minutes here, too. Now it's going to be a very interesting to see how they use their timeouts and use the clock, if they're going to run the ball a lot and try to get this ball down there with no time left on the clock.
Yes, exactly. Because your defense has been outstanding here in the second half, but do you really trust them to go back out on the football field, especially if you only get a field goal here? Burrow takes the snap, firing towards the sticks. Got T. Higgins once again. Oh, T. Higgins stays on his feet, makes a man miss. He's still going. Beautiful job by T. Higgins. First down, Cincinnati. Big pickup on first down. We are now under 4 minutes to go here in this game. Welcome back, T. Higgins. Bengals, of course, have missed Higgins past couple of weeks dealing with that quad injury. He's had a history of soft tissue issues, but he's gutting through it here tonight, and he's been a big factor as to why Cincinnati has been able to get back into this ball game. 9 catches, 148 yards, and a tutty. Bengals once again into Chargers territory. Burrow hands it off to Chase Brown, who gets tackled behind the line of scrimmage. Rookie Amarius Mims got beat there at that right tackle spot. It's going to be a loss of 3 here as the clock continues to tick. We are at the 3-minute mark of this game. Yeah, it looked like also a bit of a mistake there. Yeah, I think that's more of a mistake there by Chase Brown, not cutting it upfield, and instead trying to bounce it to the outside there. Can't afford negative plays in this situation. That was a negative play. A loss of 2, 2nd and 12 here. Under 3 minutes to go into the game. Burrow takes the snap, firing over the middle. Caught! Yoshi! First catch of the night. First down, Cincinnati. Hold on that ball, Yoshi. First down, Bengals. Type in those ones for us in the comments section. 2 minutes, 28 seconds to go, and I believe Jim Harbaugh just used his first timeout of the second half. Oh, God, he had Jamar Chase for a touchdown. But that is all right because the Bengals pick up a first down here with Yoshi. Not sure how Los Angeles messed that up as they literally had Jamar Chase roaming free in that secondary. Burrow didn't see him. Would have been a touchdown, but I honestly don't mind because, as Chris was pointing out, thank you. As far as the defense goes, thank you for your performance in the second half. But do you really want to put him back out on the field again and ask him to do much more? I know that's mean because of what they've done for us so far here in the second half, but probably just a little PTSD from what the Bengals defense has done throughout the season to this point. But regardless, we'll see what happens here. 2.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. 27-27. Los Angeles just used their first timeout of the second half. Both clubs now have 2 timeouts remaining. 1st and 10, Cincinnati at the Los Angeles 35-yard line. Here comes Jermaine Burton in motion. Burrow going to hand it off to Chase Brown. Pickup of 2. We'll see if Harbaugh uses another one here. Clock continues to run, and it looks like Harbaugh is content with this going to the 2-minute warning. It will be 2nd and 8 coming out of the 2-minute warning. The Bengals trying to complete an improbable comeback here and defeat the Los Angeles Chargers. Keep in mind, at halftime, the score of this football game was 24-6. And the Cincinnati Bengals have absolutely dominated the second half to this point. They're up 21-3 in the second half. And, of course, we are tied at 27. 990 likes, 10 likes away. Got about 2,500 people hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown. Hit that like button for us if you haven't done so already. If we get 1,000, which we are very much on pace to do so here, only needing about 10 likes, that would break all of our records here at Bengals Breakdown. So looking for our first 1,000 like watch party. And there it is, 1,001 likes on our stream today. That's good stuff, guys. I appreciate all of you helping us out with that. Also hit our 13,000 subscriber goal, kind of blew that out of the water as well. Keep in mind, we'll be doing these watch parties every single week throughout the rest of the season. Hopefully, we get some postseason watch parties as well. But regardless, we will be live when the Cincinnati Bengals are playing. So hit that subscribe button, youtube.com/Bengals TV, so you don't miss out on any of our coverage. Also, pretty much daily Bengals videos coming to you guys here at the channel as well. Looks like we are set for play to resume here, coming out of the 2-minute warning. Feels like such a critical game for this Cincinnati Bengals football team. Could really turn the season around going into the bye. Can the Bengals complete the comeback? 2nd and 8 at the Los Angeles 33. Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap. Here comes pressure. Burrow firing. He wanted T. Higgins on the comeback route. No flag. Higgins was only able to get one hand up to try to catch that football. Looked like Christian Fulton once again in coverage. Burrow's LSU teammate when they won the national title. Taking a look at this route here by Higgins, and man, oh no, just grabbing the right arm of T. Higgins. Bengals don't get a call there, but got to shake it and move on. 3rd and 8. I'm sending McPherson out if you don't pick this up. I still trust him. 3rd and 8, Cincinnati. Burrow in the gun. Chargers showing pressure. Here they come. Burrow firing over the middle. I don't know if he caught it. Did it hit the ground? Incomplete. He wanted Jamar Chase, and it looked like the ball came out and hit the ground. Chase not able to hang on. And he would have been short of the first down, but then it becomes the decision from Taylor if you go for it or not. That's a ball that Jamar Chase has to reel in, but instead it is his second drop of this second half, second key drop. Here's Money Mac. Come on, McPherson. We know you got it in you. 51-yarder for Money Mac. He just missed from 48. The operation is much more slowed down here. The snap, the hold, the kick is up, and it's hooking, and once again, it's no good. Evan McPherson misfires. Back-to-back missed kicks. And that is just a devastating blow for the Cincinnati Bengals. Oh my goodness, we have a kicker problem in Cincinnati. He hooked it once again, very similar to the last kick. This one wasn't quite as close, though, as it was pretty obvious this one was going to be wide left. Evan McPherson misfires, and we have a kicker issue in Cincinnati. Absolutely no doubt about that. All Zach Taylor can do is shake his head. Oh, my goodness. All right. We'll address that once this game is over, but this puppy's not over yet. Minute 50 left. Herbert firing. Incomplete. That one bounced. Incomplete. Nice coverage there by Mike Hilton. We have a kicker issue in Cincinnati. Absolutely no doubt about that. We will address that once this game ends, but the Bengals got to buckle up here and get one more stop and just find a way to give themselves another opportunity here. Does Cincinnati have one more stop? Herbert firing. Oh, nearly intercepted. In and out of the hands of Mike Hilton. Oh, my goodness, that could have been coming back the other way. Hilton not able to squeeze it. Oh, no. I tell you what, man, is Herbert rattled? Because this cat doesn't look like he did in the first half. Beautiful. Oh, God, Mike Hilton right in the hands and then hits him right in the face. Just beautiful job undercutting that route on McConkey. 3rd and 10 here. Type those threes for us. Don't line up in the neutral zone, Ivy, I swear. Here comes some pressure. Can they get home? Herbert with time. Firing over the middle. Pass is incomplete. Josh Newton, I see you, boy. The rookie breaks it up. 5th round pick out of TCU. How about it? The Bengals defense does it again. One more 3 and out. We're still alive. This game is nuts. And it was a dime, too, by Herbert. Palmer not able to reel it in, but I'm giving the credit there to Josh Newton. My goodness. The rookie. 3rd and 10. All right, you know we're going to move the ball. You sending out McPherson or not? 27 all. Here's the punt from J.K. Scott. Fair catch called for and made by Trenton Irwin. Bengals have 2 timeouts, 1:26 remaining. This game is absolutely insane. It's nuts. It's off the chain. $1,100 likes on today's video. How about that, Chris? Breaking records here. Got 2,700 tapped in watching with us here at Bengals Breakdown. If you are just joining us, the Bengals have come roaring back here in this second half, but have had opportunities to take the lead, and Evan McPherson has missed 2 field goals. Do you dare even think about sending him out again? Here's Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap. Stepping up in the pocket, and he's going to take off. A flag flies. Oh, Joey Burrow makes a move, and it will be a first down for now. This one might be coming back. Flag was thrown in the area that usually sees defensive pass interference flags. No foul. They pick up the flag, so it will be a first down by Joe Burrow. Elite job by Burrow once again using his legs. We saw it on the previous drive. He's able to do it again there. First down Bengals. You got to wonder. 1:20 remaining. Clock is winding here. Bengals have 2 timeouts. If you get into range, can you send them out? Burrow takes the snap. Wants it all. Firing deep. He's got Chase. Oh, just missed him. Had Jamar Chase, who took the top off Jesse Minter's defense once again, and Joey Burrow just threw it a little too far. Oh, that's the second time this evening we've seen Burrow just barely miss on a deep route. Some frustration there by Jamar. 2nd and 10 though, 1:05. Jamar checks out of the game. Catch a breather here on the second down play. Here's Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap. Burrow firing. Incomplete. Great job there by Christian Fulton, who's having a really nice game. Pass was intended for Chase Brown. Just kind of a little short intermediate route to the boundary. Would have been about 5 yards if he was able to reel it in, but the throw was a little late. Fulton made a nice move on the football, able to break it up, and it's going to be 3rd and long here for Cincinnati. Reminder, the Chargers still have 2 timeouts, so an incompletion here, you're putting all the pressure once again back onto your defense. Does Joe Burrow have any magic left? 3rd and 10, a minute to go in this football game. Burrow takes the snap with time. Rolling out to his right, running out of time, throwing, and he gets hit. He had T. Higgins open for a first down, and he got drilled as he let go of the football and was not able to put enough oomph on it. Falls to the ground, incomplete, 55 seconds to go, and the Bengals have to punt it away. Oh, he had him wide, and he knew he had him too, but he got drilled as he let go of that football. The rookie Ryan Rico needs a booming kick here. What's he got? He sends it away. Oh, yeah, Ryan Rico, I see you, boy. Make a tackle. There we go. Tyson Anderson there to tackle the returner at the 15-yard line. That's where Herbert will have it. 45 seconds, 2 timeouts. You got to be honest with yourselves here. Look, this Bengals defense, they probably thought no way that they would have to keep coming out onto the field and getting these stops. Think about all the opportunities the Bengals have had, Joe Burrow has had, to take the lead here late. Granted, you've missed 2 kicks, but God, you've had your opportunities. 1st and 10 Los Angeles at their own 16-yard line. Herbert in empty. Here comes some pressure from Cincinnati. Herbert with time, lofting deep. Pass is caught by McConkey. Big pickup on 1st down by the Chargers out to their own 45-yard line. Clock's going to run here. Harbaugh's got 2 timeouts. Surprised he hasn't used one of them, as he does right there. Calls a timeout with 31 seconds remaining. Massive play there by Justin Herbert on 1st down. About a 30-yard pickup there. Hits McConkey. Beautiful throw here. Matched up with Mike Hilton in the slot. And it's a little out and up action there by McConkey. Beautiful throw there by Herbert. Great catch by McConkey. Who's going to step up for Cincinnati on defense? Can somebody force a turnover? Can somebody prevent Cameron Dicker from getting an opportunity to win this game for Los Angeles? The Chargers now only have 1 timeout remaining. They are still in their own territory. They have not yet crossed midfield. Herbert in the gun. Takes the snap. Here comes some late pressure from Cincinnati. Herbert gets it off. Incomplete. Pass intended for his tight end, Will Dissly. And it looked like Dissly just kind of dropped it, to be honest with you. 31 seconds to go. Obviously, with the incompletion, the clock stops. Chargers have 1 timeout. Cameron Dicker does have a good leg and has been accurate so far in this game when given the opportunity. What's Lou Anarumo going to dial up here? 2nd and 10, 31 seconds to go. Herbert takes the snap. Here comes some pressure. The Bengals nearly get home. Herbert deep down the field. Wide open, man. It's McConkey caught 1st down into Cincinnati territory. Well within Dicker field goal range. McConkey once again. Geno Stone was in coverage and was not able to hang with the rookie out of Georgia. 2 massive plays to Ladd McConkey on this drive, and Geno Stone is too slow. How many times have we seen him get beat and be late getting to his spot this year for Cincinnati, the free agent acquisition from the Ravens? And now Zach Taylor is going to call a timeout here as the Chargers have it at the Cincinnati 29-yard line. It would be a 46-yard field goal attempt from here. The Chargers still have a timeout, and there are still 26 seconds to go in this game. Over 3,000 people hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown. Make sure you hit that thumbs up icon. Make sure you hit that sub button as well if you have not done so already. Our goal was 13,000 subscribers on our stream here tonight, and we are over 13.2, so that is certainly exciting. Appreciate all you guys that have hit that subscribe button. Certainly means a lot. The Bengals have pulled off a miraculous comeback, but as of now, it feels as though they are still on the verge of heartbreak, which has become a familiar pattern with this football team. Chargers in the I formation. They'll hand it to Dobbins, who goes right up the middle, and he's got all space. You got to let him score here. And he scores, which is a mistake by J.K. Dobbins. There's 18 seconds left, so not any time at all. But Dobbins gets in, scores a touchdown here. The Chargers are going to go up by 6. There's 18 seconds left, and the Bengals have 1 timeout. If he would have went down, they would have been able to take a chip shot field goal and win it, but the Bengals have 18 seconds. Again, not much at all there to work with, but a chance. Oh my goodness. Bengals had absolutely dominated this second half. They had had opportunities down the stretch to finish. Evan McPherson has missed 2 critical field goals wide to the left. Here's the extra point here from Dicker to make it a 7-point margin. Up and good. The Bengals had scored 21 consecutive points And the Chargers finally answer back with 18 seconds to go on a J.K. Dobbins touchdown into the end zone. And it didn't look like Cam Taylor-Britt actually was trying to make the tackle. Look, I don't know exactly what to think in that situation. I personally would have let him score because it would have been a 20-some yard field goal as the clock expires. At least here you have a potential to get the ball to midfield and then a Hail Mary perhaps, because you do have the timeout, so you can hit a big chunk play over the middle and hopefully be in range to open up a Hail Mary opportunity. But to me, that's a mistake by Dobbins. We'll see. But nonetheless, the Bengals have squandered yet another opportunity here, as they're going to need officially a miracle. It felt like they were going to need a miracle at halftime to win, and then they got the miracle, right? And not able to capitalize, which has just been the story of this season here for Cincinnati. In a lot of ways, this game is the perfect microcosm of this 2024 season for the Bengals. I would not return this kick, and it is just going to go out the back of the end zone here, so no time comes off the clock. Joe Burrow and the Bengals offense once again take the field. Keep in mind, you do have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, two large receivers who got bounce. Can you get it around midfield and give yourselves an opportunity to convert on a Hail Mary? Need about 20 or so yards here on this play in order to do that. The Bengals do have a timeout, so the middle of the field is something that Zach Taylor and this offense can attack. Just get in range for the Hail Mary. Burrow takes the snap. Here comes four guys blitzing for the Chargers. Burrow fires over the middle. There it is. Get it out to midfield. Call your timeout. Actually into Los Angeles territory as Burrow limps to the line of scrimmage. Man, I tell you what, he got rocked all night on Thursday night last week, and he's been getting rocked tonight as well. Just beautiful quarterbacking. Steps up in the pocket, gets absolutely blasted as he lets that one go. I tell you what here, I know everyone's frustrated. I'm frustrated. I'm sad. But just enjoy the fact that number 9's your quarterback. That guy's special. Gonna have an opportunity here for a Hail Mary. Ten seconds left. Chris brings up a good point. You might just do a little quick out here just to get a couple of extra yards, because you don't have enough time to run two Hail Marys here with 10 seconds left. Don't have enough time for that, I don't think. They'd be cutting it probably way too close, but we'll see here what exactly Cincinnati does. 10 seconds left in this game. Cincinnati has it at the Los Angeles 43. Need a touchdown and an extra point to force overtime. Burrow firing deep. He wanted Chase. Incomplete. They didn't throw the hail. I actually like that a lot from Zach Taylor. They threw like a 30-yard route to the boundary. If Chase would have caught it and then gotten out of bounds, it would have been about a play from the 15 or so yard line as the last play of the game. But instead, there are 3 seconds left, and we're going to get a Hail Mary to end the game here. And another hit that Burrow takes as he gets rid of that football. 2nd and 10 here, but of course that does not matter. Last play of the game here, barring a penalty. And I would expect a timeout here from Los Angeles, and that's going to be what we get. 3,100 people hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown. Certainly appreciate that. Make sure you hit that thumbs up icon. Make sure you hit that sub button if you have not done so already. I believe this is by far our biggest watch party here at Bengals Breakdown so far. That certainly is very exciting, and appreciate all you guys hanging out with us. Boy, we've had an entertaining football game. We have had an unbelievable football game. This is a team in the Cincinnati Bengals that were getting blasted at halftime, down 24-6, and then they won the second half 21-3 until just recently with 18 seconds left when J.K. Dobbins was able to score and take the lead for Los Angeles. One final play. Bengals need a miracle. Can Joe Burrow execute on his first Hail Mary of his career? Looks like Burrow changing the play, which is interesting given that it's probably just vertical routes. But here we go. Burrow takes the snap. And Chargers bring pressure. Burrow floating in the end zone. Does he have enough on it? Oh, T. Higgins was in his hands, but he got blasted. Don't think it was realistic to think he was coming home with that. But it falls to the ground for an incompletion, and Cincinnati once again loses a game they had plenty of opportunities to win. They dropped to 4-7 on the season, and it feels like that might just be it as far as your 2024 playoff hopes go. If you run the table, you have an opportunity to get in, but it really felt like that was a must-win game, and Cincinnati is going to come up short here on Sunday Night Football after an incredible comeback, but just not able to get the job done. 2 critical missed kicks from Evan McPherson. It is in Higgins' hands, but then I believe that is Derwin James, and it is. Just makes a great play on that football, able to jar it loose. And Joe Burrow is not able to get it done and takes significant punishment once again in this game. The Bengals go into this bye searching for solutions. And they got a tough game coming up at home in a couple of weeks against the Pittsburgh Steelers. But the Bengals fall on Sunday Night Football. Painful, painful loss. Some of these losses, man. Those 2 losses to Baltimore, the loss the back-to-back primetime loss there last week on Thursday night, and how this one ended here in Los Angeles and Inglewood, California. Just absolutely devastating. And Joe Burrow is playing at such an elite level and still not able to find a way to get wins for this football team. Absolutely unbelievable. Clearly, it's not our year. That is very obvious, given how the way things have gone. But just absolutely devastating. You knew they were going to have an opportunity to get back in the game if their defense could string together some stops. It'll be interesting to do kind of a deep dive on what exactly they did schematically, defensively in that second half, because they were good. They were really good in the second half, and it was really awesome to see. But ultimately, not enough to get the job done. You have a kicker problem in Cincinnati, and I would just go as far as to say that you need to start having kicker tryouts. Despite the fact you just signed Evan McPherson to an extension. I love Evan McPherson. I'll be honest with you. I have an Evan McPherson jersey. All right? I have a kicker's jersey. And, that he's had too many misses this year in big moments. I don't know. You might have to think about the direction in which you're going with that kicker position. Grade the Bengals' performance today, A, B, C, D, or F, in the comment section of today's video. Again, appreciate all of you guys hanging out. And, before we get out of here, though, we do have an opportunity to give away something pretty cool. We're giving away a Bengals speaker here for everybody that super chatted here or sent in $5 rather for today's Bengals speaker, Bluetooth speaker raffle. So, Chris, whenever you are ready, I am ready to get that puppy going. And we've got several people in here that are looking forward to potentially bringing this home. I would say the odds-on favorite right now is definitely Marvin Williford. Appreciate all of his super chats that he has gotten in. But without further ado, let's get this race underway here in 3, 2, 1. And we're off here. 10 seconds in. Don't have a clear winner at this point. Or a leader, I should say. Here comes Desert Ranger Jesus. He's won his fair share of these duck races here at Bengals Breakdown. I'll maneuver over here to give you guys a little bit better of a view here. Marvin Williford, one of his ducks, has a lead. Here comes VL. Got his super chat in. Emiliano hanging around as well as the Sky Warrior 2. 20 seconds to go here. Nobody really has made a move until now. VL and the Sky Warrior 2 are coming. Do they have enough to finish in the gas tank? I don't know. Here comes Romy Shields. Oh, we got a close finish. 3, 2, 1. No way. It's Desert Ranger Jesus again. Wins a speaker. This is like the 3rd or 4th time my guy Desert Ranger Jesus has won. Desert Ranger Jesus again gets it done. Jesus, hey, it couldn't happen to a better guy. Jesus is always supporting what we're doing here. He says the 3rd time. How about that? Jesus is always supporting what we're doing here at Bengals Breakdown. Really appreciate him. And, yeah, don't have a problem at all, obviously, with Desert Ranger Jesus bringing that home because he is such a loyal viewer of what we do here at Bengals Breakdown. It means a lot. And I have your info, so feel free to email me if you want, but I have your address, of course. And, yeah, we will get that ordered and shipped out to you as quickly as possible. So really appreciate that. And, yeah, how about that? Desert Ranger Jesus. Again, appreciate all of you guys hanging out here at Bengals Breakdown. The Bengals fall by a score of 34-27. Really pleased with the numbers that we were able to do on this. Over 1,200 likes, had over 3,000 viewers at one point as well. So that's pretty awesome stuff. Really appreciate you guys hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown, showing your support. It means a lot. Unfortunately, we bring you yet another loss, which is depressing, devastating, frustrating. A lot of adjectives you can use to describe that. But regardless, Cincinnati falls 34-27. Appreciate. Say it again. Okay, yeah. Appreciate my guy Chris Daughtry. I tell you what, man, it's so much more fun, so much more easy to do these once we got a producer here. So big shout out to my guy Chris. Awesome stuff, helping me out here tonight, providing his insight as well from time to time, which we certainly appreciate. We do have a last-second super chat here that we're gonna get to. That's what you said, right? Okay. Right, yeah. No, you're good. Oh. Yeah. I got you. I didn't know. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, we'll just shout you out, Kobe. Appreciate it. $2 super chat. Yeah, well, he says the Harbaughs own the kitty cats. So you're right, Kobe. You're all right. So, yeah. Well said, but thanks for the $2, of course, as well. Again, thank you to Chris Daughtry, my guy, hanging out, helping us out here at Bengals Breakdown. We have an instant reaction video to get to, plenty to unpack here with this game, as well as plenty of videos throughout the week as well, so make sure you stick around for that. But until then, we will see you next time after the Bengals bye. They'll be back against the Pittsburgh Steelers after the bye on next Sunday. So look forward to talking to you guys then, but also make sure to stay tuned for our instant reaction video. Until then, hoo-day, everybody.